City Clerk, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, Madam Clerk, looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Okay, would you read the closed session items for tonight, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items: public employee performance evaluation, title city clerk, and title city manager, liability claims, Rodney Williams and Everett Fidel, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Death et al. Versus City of Richmond, the Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus the United States of America et al., North Coast Rivers Alliance et al., Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, City of Richmond versus Thomas K. Butt, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This is significant exposure. There are 3 cases. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. There's 1 case. And under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Jacqueline Gross and Anil Camello, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-management level and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, and IAFF Local 188, and also Richmond Fire Management Association.
And do you have any public speakers?
Yes, looks like we have one hand raised to address the council.
Okay, we have Jim Fouché. Jim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Jim Fouché, if you could please unmute yourself.
And these are comments for the closed session items only.
Jim Fouché. Okay, that's not working. And that's the only speaker.
Okay, in that case, we are adjourned to closed session.
Hey, Sue,
Yeah.
your camera's on and you're not muted.
Oh my God, you didn't tell me that. I didn't even see myself. Are we recording?
Yes, ma'am, but I don't think this part will make the broadcast.
Thank you.
Hey, KCRT, are you there?
Hey, Danae,
Hey, quick question for you. Are you guys going to be running my PowerPoint or can I from my desktop?
we can, but if you choose to, you can do that also.
Just have it loaded just in case I can't do it. I prefer to drive.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
No problem.
everyone. My name is Richard. I'm from KCRT Television. We're bringing some people in to be panelists for tonight's council meeting. Lisa Fulton, look for a dialogue box asking you to join as a panelist. Delmy, also look for a dialogue box. Pastor Hassan, look for a dialogue box. Lori Reese, look for a box on your screen right now. Hello again, this is Richard from KCRT again. The people I just bring in, we want to check your audio and video. If you don't mind just turning on real quick. Want to make sure everything's fine.
Check, 1, 2, 3.
Test, test.
Thank you. Joe, Arts and Culture. Delmy,
Test.
thank you.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Who's this?
Pastor Kamal Hassan.
Thank you.
Laureen Lober, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Lisa Fulton, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, Lisa.
I'm sorry. I guess you can hear me then.
We can hear
Carol
both. of you.
Chambers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adate Shagar, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Who is this right here?
Adate Shagar,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Lori, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Byron Lim, testing.
Who is this?
Byron Lim with Caltrans.
Thank you.
Aaron Williams, 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Lori Reese, 1, 2, 3.
Carlos Fernandez, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Who is this right there?
Carlos Fernandez.
Thank you, Carlos.
I need one more person, council member. There we go. Okay, Madam Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez. He's absent.
Here.
Oh, he's here. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
didn't find the mute button.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Yes.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Okay, next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Is there any? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda? Good. I don't see any of those either. Okay, next item is report from the city attorney on final decisions made during closed session. Mr. City Attorney, are you with us?
This is Richard. I've been trying to bring him in, but he hasn't responded.
Well, we'll come back to that. So we'll go to report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. Tasha Curl, Richmond City Manager. I would like to continue to remind the community that city staff in the Transportation Division, Danae Evans, has organized and coordinated with the Food Bank of Contra Costa and Solano County to continue providing bi-monthly Richmond Civic Center drive-through distribution. Each client will be able to pick up a box of non-perishable fresh fruit and produce and foods, all from within the safety of their car. These supplementary boxes include a balanced variety of proteins, vegetables, fruits, and milk. The next pickup is scheduled for Thursday, April 28th, here in the Civic Center parking lot at Barrett and 25th. So right here in the Civic Center between 12 and 1 p.m. If you have any questions, feel free to give Danae a call at 510-621-1718. Again, 510-621-1718. In addition, I want to make sure the community is aware of our sewer lateral grant program. The City of Richmond's Water Resource Recovery Division, which is part of our larger Public Works Department, administers the sewer lateral grant program. The program reimburses eligible homeowners in the Richmond Municipal Sewer District, RMSDN01, for some of the costs to replace their sewer lateral. For more information about this program, please call 510-620-6594. Again, 510-620-6594. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Did we get the city attorney back in yet? Okay, we'll move on to.
Yes,
Yep.
I'm there.
Okay, go ahead with your report.
Okay, thank you. On the item of the city clerk evaluation, that was not discussed. The item of the city manager evaluation, there was discussion, there was no action taken. There were two liability claims, Rodney Williams and Yvette Fagel. Both of those, there was a unanimous direction to proceed with settlement negotiations. On the under item C3, the item of but the litigation matter but was not discussed. The other items under C3 and C4, which all relate to Point Melody, we gave a status report and there was no action taken. With regards to the labor negotiations, there was discussion of the status of negotiations. There was direction for continued negotiations. There was also a discussion of the release of materials from the negotiation, and there was direction to discuss that with the bargaining units before any materials were released. And that was that was the end of the matters discussed.
Okay, thank you. The next item is crime report from the police chief.
Hello, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Al Wai. I'm the Investigations Bureau Captain for the Richmond Police Department, providing the crime report on behalf of Chief Torona. Between March 22nd and April 25th, 2022, officers responded to 7,062 calls for service, a 15% increase from last month. They investigated 2 homicides, 29 aggravated assaults, 29 robberies, 8 sexual assaults, which is a 106% increase in violent crime. 54 burglaries, 87 thefts, and 3 arsons were reported, a 4% increase in property crime. And they responded to 47 shots fired calls, a 33% decrease, and 59 shot spotter activations, a 41% increase. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? If the public wishes to comment on either the city manager's report or the police chief's report, you're welcome to do it during open forum. The next item then is open forum.
And right now, we do not see, okay, we do have 1, 2, a couple of hands raised. So we'll start calling the speakers.
Okay, I have 3 speakers at the moment. Phone Alex Galaxy 832, Jeannie Stowers, Naomi Williams, and Jan Mignoni. Galaxy 832, please state your name for the record. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. You could please unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, you can go ahead and start. You have 2 minutes.
Hey, you heard the police chief. Where's the city of love, huh? It's supposed to be the month of love. May supposed to be the month of love, but huh? Where's the love at, bro? You over there putting all these stupid crap on the items, and you had a week of no hate. Yeah, after a week they go by hating each other. So in June they're gonna go back and start killing and hating each other. See, this is the stupid stuff that you people do. It's all a bunch of dumbass politics. And that one bitch over there calling me a racist. Was that Abbott? Was saying, oh gee, the city council works so hard. You guys don't do nothing, man. You guys just a bunch of pimps and prostitutes. That's all you are. Bunch of anarchists. You want to implement your own type of government. People are finally waking up and realize what kind of criminals you really are. You wait till the election starts coming around, man. Everybody's going to go after the RPA. Even the Richmond Chamber of Commerce even condemned you people. Now that's some hot stuff right there. Everybody I talk to, I've been talking on the street. They say, yeah, Mark, man, that's the city council. Ain't that a bunch of corrupt son of a bitches, man? I said, well, hey, you know, this is the way they are. This is the way what they're doing. They want to implement their own type of government. See, I don't even like to swear. But like I say, when it gets close, election time comes around, I'm going to have to be more professional because look like I'm going to be able to get on the ballot. I already got about 40 or 50 votes already lined up. Like I say, as soon as I start getting the paperwork done, you know I'm going to be on the ballot. And I'm telling you, Guado, you're going to lose your fucking ass, dude. You don't stand a chance because everybody hates the RPA. Everybody knows what you people stand for. And I'm going to tell you, we're going to bury you people when it comes election time come around. So you just what? So the best thing you just bail out right now.
Your time has expired. The next speaker is Jeannie Stowers. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I think we have a rule that we don't discuss candidates during election season in the, an open forum or any other public comment. Would you please make sure you stop people when they try and speak about candidates?
Well, I will ask the city attorney to opine on this, but so far, nobody, to my knowledge, nobody has signed up to be a candidate. So it's all spec. What, Mr. City Attorney, what's your opinion on this?
Your statement is false. There have been several people who have declared. Mark Watsberg is one of them. I am one of them. He was speaking about the election, which we have all agreed is not allowable in open forum.
I understand your point. I'm asking the city attorney to opine on it.
So you have, when you say, well, let me look into it because are you saying that there is a city rule?
There is. I'm trying to look it up right now. Here we go. Campaigning at meetings. City council chambers during city council meetings are a campaign-free zone. Election of individuals to the council or other office is not within the council's subject matter jurisdiction, and speakers may not campaign for or against candidates for office at council meetings. Ballot measures, on the other hand, are within the jurisdiction. Well, anyway, it goes on to talk about ballot measures. So, on the
I think,
face
Mr.
of
Mayor,
it,
you can enforce that rule.
No, I understand that. I'm asking you if you think that last presentation rose to the level of campaigning.
I think you could caution the speaker that there is this rule and that he should, if he's trying to speak with respect to the rules, he should apply that rule.
Okay, thank you.
So
Okay,
with the clarification, as I said before, he is a candidate. I am a candidate. He was talking about burying me. So I would consider that as campaigning.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, next speaker is Jeannie Stowers. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this time and thank you for your service. Clearly, that service is not always easy. I am speaking against the ordinance item 02 to approve a military equipment funding acquisition and use policy. As it is written, I don't believe that it meets the requirements of the state law, AB 481. For instance, that law requires that the local policy, the local ordinance, lay out the requirements for the use of all the militarized equipment. And this policy, for instance, refers to different sections of the Richmond Police Department manual. For instance, about shotguns, it refers to the section on response to bomb calls. For unmanned aerial vehicles, it points to the section on confidential informants. For unmanned aerial vehicles, it points to the section on to vehicle maintenance. So there are still sections of the policy about various types of equipment where there is no specific policy. There is not enough of a policy about what happens if a member of the police department violates it. There's not an adequate community concerns and complaint process layout. And this all is very important. The use and acquisition of military grade equipment doesn't reduce crime or attacks on officers, but it does contribute to substantial community fear. And the policy needs to lay out when it can be used and under what circumstances. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Naomi, there's an echo.
I'm the president of the Pullman Neighborhood Council. First, wait a minute. Okay, first I want to. Oh, God.
Naomi.
I'm trying to cut that second.
I don't know if you have 2 devices on, but if you could mute one, it would probably help.
Is it off? No. Is it off now? No. I can't work this thing. Can you come back to me?
Sure. Next speaker is Jan Mignoni. Jan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and residents of Richmond. I have a big thank you to Interim Chief Tyrona and the Richmond PD for their handling of a homeless man who was living in his car on Lincoln Avenue in front of the Veterans Hall. They graciously worked with him, got him to be vaccinated, got him moved to a room in Concord, and cleaned up all of the mess that was on the street for almost 2 years. I applaud them for their work at doing this. They didn't reach out to anybody else. They did this within their own police department, and they were able to move this man. And I think that's an important point that you people need to pay attention to, that, you know, they can do these kind of things and they can be very helpful at it. Our streets are littered with cars with people living in them, and cars that are just wrecked that are sitting on the street. People just drop off cars and leave them and walk away. People can't park in front of their own homes because of these things. So we really do need to work with the police department and find a way to get people to be able to park in front of their own homes and not have to put up their garbage cans or cones to save the parking place, because that is illegal, though no one in Richmond seems to know that. We had a fire at 24th and Garvin on Sunday morning, and they were lucky that they were able to put it out because people are parked in front of the fire hydrants. Another ordinance that's not being handled. These things are very important and they should be taken care of. People are starting to really notice that things are going very much downhill in the city of Richmond. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sean Dunning. Sean, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. With regard to the crime report this evening, I just wanted to report anecdotally that I've been hearing from many residents all over the city that they basically are saying things like they don't bother to call the police anymore. And there's been some spirited debate online and in other places about the question of, you know, how do we know what level of crime really is? And the only metrics we have are based on actual calls for service. So the fact of the matter is nobody really knows, based on that, how much crime is occurring, how much need for police services there really is, based on that metric, if it's being skewed by the fact that psychologically people don't even bother to call because they don't think they'll come. So I would urge the council to consider some sort of study. I mean, you could engage some university students or something and do some sort of surveying, but to really get out there and figure out, what's at the bottom of that. Are people calling at the same rate they would have based on the same observations, or have some people just given up and taken things into their own hands? I think it'd be really important for us to get to the bottom of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will try Naomi Williams again. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. First, thanks to CSD, Love Your Black, mini grant, and the renaming of 37th Street Underpass to Juneteenth Freedom Underpass 1865 in honor of Gerald Hatchett. This is a historical event on the South Side. Thanks to the mayor, but to councilperson Bates, Johnson, McLaughlin, thanks to Robert Rogers in the supervisor's office, thanks to John Z., to Vernon Whitmore, Pullman representative Jonas Marie, Mary, Margaret. I want to say all of that should be there, but wasn't, but I can't. But thanks to all that tried. Do you know where the South Side is located now? It's right down the street from you, maybe next door to you. Nobody knows but the South Siders, and they know that we have a hard time keeping crime down because this is where it starts. Most of it anyway. I'm kind of worried about the way the police department is going down and the need for them is going up. We don't have enough officers to cover. We don't have enough officers to even ride around to see that we are being safe. We don't have enough officers to stop and talk to people anymore. That's community policing, which we seem to forget. Maybe you live in the area, you don't need them, but we need them even as friends or to be able to talk to each other. So reconsider what you've done and undo it. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item O1, continued from last city council meeting. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item O1 is to adopt an ordinance for second reading of the City Council of the City of Richmond, adjusting the boundaries of the 6 city council districts and adopting a new official city district map number 201 for the City of Richmond based on the results of the 2020 Decennial Census and amending Richmond Municipal Code Section 2.16.050. And this is an item that was continued from the April 19th meeting. This item is the second reading after the council adopted resolution number 49-22 on April 5th to adopt map 201. And then we introduced an ordinance, and then this is just a second reading of that ordinance.
Are there any questions from council members? I don't see any. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead and call the public speakers, please.
Okay, we have Jan Mignoni, Galaxy Phone, and Doris Mason. Jan Mignoni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and residents of Richmond. I'm just here to object one more time for you choosing map 201, as we feel that it disenfranchises the African-American population in the city of Richmond. We feel that map 102C much more give them the right to be represented positively as we have with the Hispanic majority district. We just want you to know that we are unhappy that you've decided that disenfranchising 6,000 Caucasian people is better than disenfranchising or not as important as disenfranchising thousands of African Americans who don't get anyone to represent them because they don't have a majority district. This is just to put it on the record so you know that this is how I feel and I'm not alone in that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Galaxy Phone. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello?
Yes, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
You know, there's a lot of people out there think district voting is going to change neighborhoods and stuff like that. You know, this is how dumb some of you people are. You're still going to live on the same block. You're still going to have the same address. Your neighbor's still going to sit there and your neighbor's going to be your neighbor. I mean, this is how dumb some of you people are, you know? It's really stupid. But see, like I said, the RPA choose that map. They're doing it because to satisfy them. They still want to keep their people in office. They don't want to have a map that both of them are going to be going at it during the election. You know, this is how stupid. If you people can't figure this out by now, then you got some real mental problems. It's not we are the people of the Constitution. It's them are the people of the RPA because they want to keep their status quo. And I can't figure why you people are so dumb to put these calls into office in the first place. I'm going to tell you something. Under the First Amendment of the Constitution, I got every right to say what I fucking want to say under the First Amendment on that open forum. I don't give a fuck about your rules. I'm going to keep on fucking talking the open forum. And I'm going to tell you one thing. You people hide behind a microphone, but when we see you out in public, you ain't going to be talking shit. Right, Aguado? You ain't never been an idiot because you're going to lose your fucking ass during the election. Because everybody's going to fucking go after you. Everybody's going to boo you. They're not going to vote for you.
Okay. Let's cut him off, Madam Clerk.
Okay, moving on to the next speaker, we have Doris Mason. Doris, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm Doris Mason, President of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. And this is to express the disappointment and concern that the council is adopting boundaries for council districts which go against the interests of the community by disenfranchising the minority community and diluting the votes of those who have lived in the urban core of Richmond. You are disrespecting many of us who have helped to build this city. Please register my regret on this matter that we have a council that votes in its own interest rather than listening to the interests of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have one more speaker. I have M. Law. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Madam, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Madeline Law. I am a resident of Richmond, as well as I am the president of Park Plaza Neighborhood Council. I too would like to say how disappointed I am that the City Council has decided to adopt a map that does not represent all of the people. But in saying that, I would hope that regardless of whatever map you finally decide on, you as council people will represent the whole city and not just your districts. That's the purpose of being a city council member. It says city. It does not say district. It says city council. And I will say that I am very disappointed that you have decided to adopt 201 and not 102C. But we will have to, at this point, accept that, but we don't know what may happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 2 more speakers. I have Carla Perez and Naomi Williams. Carla Perez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Again, my name is Carla Perez. I'm a 21-year Richmond resident. I can't tell you how disappointed I am with the majority of the council that has voted for this map, this 201 map, instead of voting for the 102C map. I really don't think that y'all know what you are doing to this city. The RPA 4 is taking the city down, and the Richmond residents need to realize that they need to vote for somebody that's for the city, for the community, for us, not for their own personal agendas. It's very disappointing. I don't know how y'all can sit there and week after week sit in those chairs and pretend that you care for our city. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams, and the following speaker after that is Norma. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'm really disappointed in myself. The 102 map kept all of the neighborhoods together. This 201 map, though, has put one back in my district, but they got other districts, that other neighborhoods that have been disenfranchised. Now, I don't know why 102 was done by many, at least 12 neighborhoods considering. And the NDC map was not done by, supposedly not done by the city council majority, but was done by the company that I think we hired to do a map that would be equal. But not everything fails. No matter what the neighbors want, the big four always go what they've already decided prior to the city council. And you know that, you have meetings, you meet together prior. And if it's not only 3 of you guys there, you tell the fourth one. So what's the difference? You only have one person to really look up to, and you disenfranchise them. We voted you in as a city council person, not as a district person. So please reconsider 102 versus 201. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Norma. Norma, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, this is Norma. I'm against the 201, the map. And I one thing I want to say to RPA, when your constituents, I can't even say it, but anyway, found out that you are lying to them, I feel sorry for you because they're going to come out after you. Our city you have destroyed our beautiful city, and we have garbage, we have crime, and they're going to come after you because you made them promises that they will have a better life. And what I see now, they don't have a better life. And so, like I said, we have so many. They look for you to help. And when they found out that you spent all this money on legal services and millions of dollars instead of feeding them and paying for their homelessness, they're going to be really disturbed, and don't be coming to us asking for help because your constituents are going to be coming for you. This is all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, any further questions or comments from council members? Is there a motion?
I move the item.
Okay, motion to approve by Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Bates, did you have a question or you want to second it?
Did they get a second?
Not yet.
I'll second it.
Okay, second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Did you want to speak on the motion, Councilmember Bates?
Yes. I too am quite disappointed in the manner in which the majority of this council chosen to proceed with the map selection. First of all, I agree with all the speakers. And if you notice, there was not one speaker, and I repeat, not one speaker that supported the recommendation of our 4 council members, 201 map. Each and every one of them supported 102C. The question is, what does it take for the community to voice an opinion? And I want to indicate that this group who supports 102C are presidents of the neighborhood councils organizations within the city, which represent hundreds of citizens. So collectively, 5 or 6 or 10 of them, whomever, their representation overshadows no one coming forward in support of 201 except the 4 council members. So therefore, I don't think it's just enough to sit back and allow the 4 council members to make a motion, pass, and move on. I want them on record in opposing the mass majority of the citizens in this community who support 102. So my motion will be, substitute motion, will be to approve 102C.
Is there a second?
I'll second. But I know this is the second reading for the other one, so I'm wondering if we can have this conversation.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, let's call a roll call vote on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
No.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
No.
Councilmember Willis,
No.
and Mayor Butt.
No. Yes.
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 The motion fails with council members Bates and Johnson voting no and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so let's go on to the, go back to the main motion and vote on that.
Main motion by Councilmember Jimenez and second by Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember Bates,
No.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes, and I do want to go on record as voting for the map that gave 1 district to African Americans, 1 district to Latinx, and 1 district to white, and had 3 districts that were divided and did not disenfranchise 6,000 people. So that is why I voted for this and why I'm voting again. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Oh.
The motion passes with council members Bates and Johnson and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item is item 02. Would you read that, please?
Yes. Item 02 is to introduce an ordinance for first reading pursuant to State Law Assembly Bill 481 to approve a military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Shannon Moore, work in the Richmond City Attorney's Office. I'm here tonight with Captain Al Waye. What I want to briefly do here is review kind of some highlights of this new legislation. It took effect January 1. It's called Assembly Bill 481. And in a nutshell, it requires law enforcement agencies to obtain council approval, city council approval of a military equipment use policy. And that policy has to be approved by ordinance. So it's kind of an expanded, it expands the definition of what constitutes military equipment. It includes such things as tasers and rubber bullets. And so it has to be approved. This policy has to be approved at a regular public meeting, but in advance of the policy being approved, it needs to be the policy itself and then an inventory of all of the military equipment that the police department currently has to be inventoried, attached to the policy, and posted on the police department's website. We've done that, but the statute requires that it be posted at least 30 days prior to adoption of the ordinance and of the policy. And so our recommendation tonight is that we get feedback on the inventory and the policy, and if there's any sort of questions that anyone may have, but that we come back to you for first reading actually of the ordinance, given that the policy itself was posted on March 31st, but the inventory was not posted attached to the policy till April 11th. So we're not, to be on the conservative side, we're not within that, we haven't hit that 30-day mark. So we want to come back to you with first reading of the ordinance. So let me go through a couple more items before I open it up to questions and comments. But the council, in approving this policy, has to make certain findings. And in looking at the inventory, you have to determine that the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative. And this is a bit legalese, but I think I want to make sure everyone understands that these findings need to be made, that the military equipment is necessary because there's no reasonable alternative that can be achieved, that can achieve the same objective for both officer and civilian safety, that the military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare and safety and civil liberties, and purchasing the policy or purchasing the equipment. And this, in this policy with this inventory, we're not requesting purchasing the equipment. All we're doing is inventorying the current equipment and seeking approval of that policy in the inventory list. And so if we were purchasing requesting to purchase that equipment, we'd want to make sure that you made findings that it was reasonably cost effective compared to other available alternatives. And so with that, I think I want to open it up. I mean, this is a new statute. The policy itself that's been posted that you have in your packet is a Lexipol policy that many cities are using across California. This is not a policy that was drafted, just for a standalone policy for Richmond. What is standalone and what is important to focus on is the inventory, equipment list inventory that's attached to the policy. But with that, I'd like to open it up to questions that hopefully I can help answer with Captain YA.
Okay, questions from council members. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to give a little more context why this item is on discussion and not in the consent calendar as it was before. I pulled this item from the consent calendar first because I was asking the city council to approve an ordinance in the first reading. And it was on the consent calendar. And one thing that the Assembly bill requires that a law enforcement agency shall make the policy and inventory available on the law enforcement agency website at least 30 days. And when I review the April 19 agenda review that you put it there, or that it was put there, it did not say anything on the fact that the police was posted on March 31st and that the inventory was posted on April 11, which was not 30 days required by the bill. I am glad that after I sent an email to the city attorney, they realized their mistake. I also pulled this item out because it is not okay to add an ordinance of this magnitude in a consent calendar without giving the city council the opportunity to ask questions and make suggestions. So I am grateful because we are having these, and right now the city staff and the city attorney's office and the police department realized that it was no, this shouldn't be on the consent calendar, and that now you are asking us for approval, but to give some recommendation. I did not see in this report or in the proposed ordinance any points to be responsive to the legislators' concerns, which were probably best expressed in the following paragraph written under legislation. The acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in all communities adversely impacts the public's safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian death, significant risk to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurrence of significant financial costs. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risk and impact of this militarization are experienced more actively in marginalized communities. In this list, we have 23 guns that are M16 and or AR-15s and 27 guns that are submachine guns. So what I would like to see is that the police department and the city staff provide data on when the police had used military equipment in Richmond, in what situations, what were the outcomes and the costs associated with these activities. Also, to look at when has military equipment had been used in other communities nearby and what were the outcomes. And the information is important for the council to assess this ordinance. And also there is nothing there that says when and how these military equipment can be used. So these are my comments for now.
Okay, Councilmember Bates.
Is the chief available? I want to inquire from the chief, the purpose of this resolution authority, and what does he see the intent, and what is his recommendation?
Well, Councilman Bates, I'm Captain White from the Police Department. I'm here speaking on behalf of Chief Torona. The intent of this legislation is to provide more transparency to what police departments utilize. I know the military definition is fairly broad. We've had a lot of this equipment for more than 20 years. So we're just trying to get in compliance for the equipment that we currently have.
And how would you anticipate using this equipment?
Most of this equipment, if all, is all used defensively. It's not used offensively. It's used really to save lives, to protect officers, to protect citizens, to safely apprehend suspects. We could probably go down the list bullet by bullet and kind of give more details as to how they're used and why. But at the end of the day, we're trying to end a situation safely for both officers, suspects, and citizens.
Well, when we look at what's happening in the world today, the criminal element is getting more sophisticated with weaponry and other technology. This sort of what you indicate may be an opportunity for the police to level the field, to be as effective in apprehension and prevention as we should. Is that a fair assessment, or am I a little bit off the chart?
No, that's a very fair assessment. And if you were to look at the military equipment inventory, you could actually see as we progressively get better equipment. So you may see like the drones, they're different models because they've gotten better. You see the different types of firearms, they're different models because they've gotten better. Some of the firearms on the inventory are actually 20 years old. And that's why they're on the inventory, because they're older weapons, but we have to count them.
Okay, the last question. Is it necessary, this is a state legislature, whatever position we take is insignificant, except maybe a little supplemental support. But this thing is going to be approved most likely, no matter what little bitty old city council in Richmond does. Is that a fair assessment, or am I off track?
Well, the city council would have to approve the ordinance for us to continue to use the equipment that we're currently using. So not approving this ordinance would result in us being less effective if we didn't have this equipment.
Okay, well, that means that irrespective of what the state legislature has done, this city and all cities, not just Richmond, would have to eventually support the use of those weaponry and whatever. Okay, well, thank you kindly, sir.
So one thing that you made me think of something actually that I didn't bring up initially is that this legislation also requires, in addition to passing the initial ordinance and policy and inventory, an annual kind of audit, an annual assessment of the inventory. And that annual report that will be a public document will be also required to have a public meeting to review. So this is going to be something that goes on in an annual basis. So this isn't like we adopt this now or adopt it when we hit that 30-day posting mark. And then that's it. It's the discussion. It's an ongoing discussion in an effort to be more transparent.
So it's an annual event and of how we use it, if we use it, and the results thereof.
Correct.
Okay, well, that makes sense. Thank you kindly.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, thank you. I think there are some good things in here. Like, I think I heard that you said, I think Shannon, or I don't know if it was Shannon or Officer Wally, who said that tasers and rubber bullets are considered military equipment. I think that's very good because I remember going way back, to when I was first on council, how I was a minority of one talking about the dangers of tasers, and pretty much my voice was ignored. But it's nice to see that these are seen as serious weapons. In terms of that, I believe have deadly results, that often have deadly results. But and I do hear what Shannon, what you said about the annual reports and the transparency, and those are good things too. But I also think that more information is needed. Like, I also would like to see what uses would these be, what situations would these weapons be used in? So that's one question that I would like to at least have maybe answered when you eventually come back. But also in the findings, you have, there's 4 findings that have to be made, and I'll just touch on the first one. The military equipment is necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. And I don't see any rationales or any findings actually made, unless I'm missing it. But just to state that as a finding of fact without researching, reasonable alternatives seems to me a lack of due diligence. And some of these other findings as well. I mean, I think it's just a statement that you're stating, and it's lining up with the Government Code Section 7071D. But I think what it's stating is that you have to showcase that there is indeed no reasonable alternative. And I haven't seen that that outline of any research done on that. So those are some questions. And I just overall have a big concern of militarizing our police department. I realize that this isn't necessarily going to do that further, but to have all these weapons and to have a policy that isn't more restrictive, so that, yes, we keep our communities safe and our officers safe, but also we don't allow for this heavy militarization of equipment to remain in our inventory, or have an increase in our inventory. It's scary to me. We're in a world that we want to have more peace, not more military engagement anywhere, and certainly not in our local communities. So I want to see some of this drawn out further before we have any vote on it. And I realize you're just taking input today, so that's my input for now.
Thank you. With respect to your first comment about the uses of each of the equipment, it's actually, and you can take a look and, but it's actually in the inventory, kind of a chart attached to the policy itself. For instance, a tactical robot. So small and unmanned tracked robots are to be used exclusively by the SWAT unit during high-risk operations. But I mean, I think I understand your point that maybe it can be fleshed out even further. And then the findings point as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to say that I know that this is like one thing that I hear is that to promote more transparency. Fact that it was on the consent calendar without following the requirements, that is not like we are starting in the wrong way transparency piece. My question to you is about and also another thing was about the public forums about this. Can you explain more what it looks like? What will be the input seeking and what will be the opportunity for the residents in these public forums? And if they will have some more to say or more things rather than just listening.
Sure. Hold on one moment. Let me just read it so I don't get it wrong here. But so annually, the police department has to submit a report to the city council that has all of the military equipment by type within 1 year of approving this policy. So within a year, if you approve it within the next month or two, and within 30 days of submitting this publicly released report, the police department is obligated, has to hold at least one well-publicized kind of community engagement meeting for the public to ask questions regarding the equipment and to better understand RPD's funding and acquisition of that equipment. So, my understanding based on the statute, obviously this is the first year this is taking place. So we're all learning this, together, is that an annual, and no one has submitted an annual report or had that first public meeting, but when that takes place, that we will get community feedback, answer questions, and just open the dialogue more with the community regarding equipment that the police department uses.
Thank you. Well, I would like to, I think there is more information that it needs to add. I hope that you took notes about my comments adding to that data. So I'm looking forward to get that data. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez, Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I had, there's a lot of good things here, but there's also a lot of questions that need to be answered before we can, figure out what it is we're dealing with. I was looking at the policy, Assembly Bill 481, and I was trying to figure out what they meant by military equipment. And so we need to know the legal meaning of military equipment as opposed to what we think of military equipment as a layperson. For instance, I heard arguments that the military equipment is equipment that comes from the military. So that means if someone, and there are places that you can buy civilian types of equipment that are in this list. So if it comes from a civilian force, if it comes from a civilian supplier, is it military?
So the statute breaks down military equipment into 15 different categories that are pretty technical. I'm happy to walk through those categories with you now, if you'd like. With respect to your question about how it's acquired, any military equipment, it can be that it could be any military equipment as defined within those 15 categories, acquired by any means. So I think that the focus needs to be on whether the equipment falls within those 15 kind of discrete categories. I don't know if that answered your question.
All the military, or all the military, now I'm using the term, all the equipment that we purchase that's defined by this law as being military equipment are all purchased through civilian vendors, and we go through the city procurement policies that are required. So everything that's above 10,000 goes to council, everything below gets signed by the city manager. We're not CalCarding anything, so all these policies are online too.
So we're not but the police department is just looking at the current inventory. So we've gone through the process of, this police department has gone through the process already of seeking approval to purchase this equipment. That's been authorized already.
Well, point 16 in the bill, section 2.16, it says military equipment. Oh no, point 16 says, notwithstanding paragraphs 1 through 15, military equipment does not include general equipment not designated as prohibited or controlled by the Federal Defense Logistics Agency. So what is that agency, and what items would be on that list?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if Captain YA knows the answer to that.
No, when I was in the Marine Corps, we put serial numbers on file cabinets. So I suspect it's something like that. That's all considered military equipment. So they're specifically drilling down on those specific tools, probably like items 1 through 15, I think.
Right. Well, it says does not include general equipment not designated as prohibited. So I think it would be useful to figure out who and what the Defense Logistics Agency is, and what those equipments might be. So there's the military equipment use policy. It says it means a publicly released written document governing the use of military equipment by a law enforcement agency or a state agency that addresses, at a minimum, all of the following. And then it has a list of things. But I'm not going to go through the list because, I could, but I wanted to focus on item 6. It says the mechanism to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority, and if applicable, what legal enforceable sanctions are put in place for violations of the policy. So my question would be, how does that mechanism work? How do we determine what independent persons or entities have oversight, and what legally enforceable sanctions would be put in place for violations?
So the compliance mechanism about which you reference is the last column in the inventory itself. And then in terms of,
excuse me?
I don't know. So, sorry, that wasn't me.
Okay, I thought you were a ventriloquist.
What's that? In terms of oversight and there is actually in the policy itself, there's a complaint, there's going to be a new complaint system where the police department will be establishing a community concerns and complaints process through either by telephone or in person. We're still working out the details on that, but there is going to be, if that's your question, kind of a complaint process. And obviously we're, we still have this independent, police, I'm drawing a blank right now on the name, but
So-
the,
It would
a
be,
citizen's complaint, like
Right.
others can lodge citizens complaints through normal means.
right, but is this something that would be the purview of the Community Police Commission, the Police Review Commission?
The inventory itself or
No,
complaints?
The
Complaints.
mechanism to ensure compliance with the policy.
No, as written, that's not my understanding. No, nor that's not my understanding of the purview of the CPRC at this current moment to oversee this equipment and use policy.
So there would be another commission set up for that?
No, I think as written, the policy just has a mechanism for community members to communicate concerns and complaints. And then you have this annual review process, a public meeting, and then your other channels. But I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, what you're referring to is 0.7, not 0.6. 0.7 says for a law enforcement agency, the procedures by which members of the public may register complaints or concerns or submit questions about the use of each specific type of military equipment and how the law enforcement agency will ensure that each complaint, concern, or question receives a response in a timely manner. That's what you were referring to. I was asking a question about 6, which is about the mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy.
Right, so the mechanism in terms of compliance is you all we have to make these specific findings, the council does, and then there's an annual review of the policy and inventory.
So then it would be the purview of the council to decide which
Correct.
independent persons or entities will have oversight?
So you have oversight. Is that, and maybe I'm confusing your question.
Well, it says the
So
mechanism.
what are you, sorry, what are you reading from?
I'm reading from Assembly Bill 481.
Okay.
I'm reading directly from the bill.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, because you can get interpretations of the bill, and you could be blowing wind and spinning wheels, not getting anywhere. But if you go to the direct document, you know what you're talking about. Okay, so let's see, it's section 2. Point 6D or D6. So it says the mechanisms to ensure compliance with the military equipment use policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority, and if applicable, what legally enforceable sanctions are put in place for violation of the policy. So my question is, who decides who those independent persons or entities are, and how is that decided? What criteria?
So it's a good question, and I don't have a clear answer for you tonight on that. Can I get back to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm
just,
taking notes
okay.
tonight, so I'll get back to you.
Okay. And
Vice Mayor, you have exceeded your 5 minutes.
okay. Well then, I have a lot more questions.
I'm gonna move on to another council member.
Yeah, and I'll let some other council member ask how we dispose of these when they become obsolete.
Okay, Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I was curious, do we have speakers? Do we have speakers, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor?
we do.
It would be nice if we allow the public to, instead of the domination of council members.
I'm sure we have speakers. But our protocol is that we give council members an opportunity to ask questions before we go to public speakers. So do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members? Okay, in that case, we'll go to the public speakers.
And we have two public speakers. We have one speaker that has signed up again, and she spoke under open forum on this item already. So we have two public speakers. Oh no, the hands are raising now. Sorry. Go ahead and call the speakers, just were.
Okay. I have Mark Wasberg, Don Gosney, Deborah, Emily Ross, and Marisol. I'll go ahead and start with Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
It's the federal government determines what weapons that law enforcement could have. Rubber bullets and drawings and armored vehicles is perfectly legal. There's nothing wrong with that. But they can't have any automatics, you know, bazookas, grenades, claymores, and stuff like that, because there was a request by law enforcement, by the federal government, to have some automatic weapons, but the feds turned them down. See what I'm saying? So I don't know where you get all this military weapon stuff from. These all are legal weapons under the government's ordinance and guidance of what law enforcement could have. Now, I was out there filming the violence during the heyday. I seen these AKs, Uzis, and MAC-10s that these gangsters were showing. Matter of fact, they had a show in front of the city council of these weapons that these gangsters was using. It was just amazing. They outfired the Richmond PD. They wouldn't stand a chance against these automatic weapons that was showing during the city council meeting. Sawed-off shotguns, automatic AKs, Uzis, and MAC-10s with 21 banana clips on it. I don't know where you get stupid stuff about military. Sometimes you have to put the fear into people to let these gangsters know who's the boss. Because if you defund the police, that's exactly what they're going to do. Then the gangsters are going to get bigger weapons, and it's just going to be a massacre. It won't be. What doesn't surprise me, the city council will order the PD to have slingshots. So you just remember something. When you start defunding the police, the gangsters are going to start having more weapons. And it's time for you to go, because it's like that lady said, they're going to come after you. You won't stand a chance during election time, dude. You're gone. So, you always wanted, matter of fact, when Gil McLaughlin was mayor, she wanted to defund the police then because she didn't want to give the police no tear gas. See, this is how stupid the whole thing was. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, well, we want the police to have weapons, but we're going to have a safe.
Next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a misconception that because the RPD has weapons that might be considered military grade, that they routinely make use of them. We need to ask and learn, when has the RPD had the need to actually use this equipment? I expect that we're going to hear speakers and maybe even council members who object to the RPD having anything worse than a whistle. Sometimes we need to have it in our inventory, the tools to react when we have a catastrophic event that would necessitate the use of equipment like this. Please go back to 1997 in North Hollywood, when 2 bank robbers were fully outfitted with fully automatic weapons and full body armor. The police only had revolvers, and to combat what these 2 evildoers were doing, the police actually had to go to a local sporting goods stores to requisition armaments that could protect the police and civilians. This was a wake-up call all across the country. Even here in Richmond, we see how the Richmond Police Department has confiscated fully automatic weapons by some of our neighbors that have been used against other neighbors. The bad guys here in Richmond are often outfitted with far more destructive armaments than our police officers. Does this council want to send our officers into situations where they might be outgunned? Even if the evildoers have heavier armaments, it doesn't mean that they've been trained to use them. Often they merely pull the trigger and spray the community, hoping to kill whomever gets in their way. Is this really the Richmond that this council wants? We need to have a comprehensive report illustrating how the tools we have been utilized. We need to be prepared for when bad things happen. We all have lots of questions, and it's reasonable to ask those questions before taking action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Deborah. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Small, and I want to agree with the previous speaker about the need to have additional information about the circumstances under which these weapons are used. SWAT, I see all over the chart, which stands for Special Weapons and Tactics. And when that term was first introduced about 20 some odd years ago, it was done under the premise that those weapons would be used in highly charged, dangerous situations, like hostage situations and bank robberies, etc. And that is why many people in the public were okay with having their police departments acquire them. But increasingly over the last 2 decades, we've seen that SWAT tactics and SWAT equipment are used for things like serving drug warrants on people, whether they're suspected of having weapons or not, on people who were considered to be fugitives or otherwise wanted by the law, but certainly not circumstances that would merit the use of special weapons and tactics. So my question would be, consistent with the inquiries made by Councilwoman Jimenez, how often is this equipment used? In what circumstances are they used? What kind of authorization is provided before the weapons are used? And how will the city actually make the 4 findings, not just about whether or not there are alternatives, but whether or not this equipment can be used in ways that are consistent with protecting the civil liberties, rights, and safety of the majority of the public. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident. And yeah, definitely, this is a really interesting item and one that I think deserves a significant amount of attention. I see the sort of template policy that I'm not sure where that came from that other cities are using, but it makes sense. You know, this gives us an opportunity to be really thoughtful about our acquisition and use around these different equipment categories. I hope we can keep in mind the parameters around, you know, that there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same outcome, attunement to civil rights and civil liberties violations, or the risks to those. And awareness that in many cases, you know, there's reference to these as de-escalation tools when we know that these weapons can have the opposite impact when they put both police and civilians in a headspace that they are at war. So yeah, knowing that we as a nation deploy military equipment sort of disproportionately against low-income residents and residents of color, particularly Black residents. It's important for us to do what many speakers and council members have suggested around gathering usage data so that we can adapt this policy to meet the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I'm a 3rd generation Richmond resident. Also keeping in mind that I just welcomed the 4th generation into the city who will be living here, and thinking about this conversation in regards to a 1-year-old and the impact that this will make on future generations, especially on Black and Brown community members and residents. I too have a lot of questions about this ordinance and really hope that the city attorney and our PD are forthcoming and transparent with the questions that City Council member Claudia Jimenez and Council member Gail McLaughlin pointed out, and of course Eduardo Martinez, especially interested in looking at the scenarios of when, how the results who approves these weapons, the impact on crime rates, the impact on civilians. I'd also be interested in the misfiring of these weapons, the specific training that goes into having these weapons, and very interested to see in particular about using these in scenarios of raids, in protests, in peaceful rallies that have definitely been used before. Another question is when the public will be made notice of this public forum. Is that going to be a public hearing? When will the community be able to engage and ask these critical questions to RPD, to the city attorney, and get more insight on this transparency of military equipment? Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council members. Are there any additional questions or comments? So I guess I'd be looking for a motion. Anybody have a motion?
I think staff was just asking for input at this point.
That's correct.
It says introduce an ordinance, first reading.
Right.
So it's an introduction of an ordinance. So, you know, you can either adopt it or not. Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am saddened that in this day and age, 2022, that individuals come forward to this council and want to talk about race. Criminal element do not give a damn about what color you are. They're gonna commit that crime no matter what. If you got ladies walking down with a purse, they don't look at the race of that person. They robbing your car, they don't look at the race of that person. And if you want to talk about race, the criminal element in the African American and brown community is much more significant than it is in the Caucasian community. It's a fact. Statistics will tell you that. What this measure, as I see it, is giving the police department an opportunity to sort of level the playing field. This high tech is what I presume will be by the military or whatever, is made to protect the police officers and the public from injury or death. And if you can't see that and you want to hide behind all these little racial innuendos, you're missing a boat. And I think that this is something that the police department can use. It's a protection for all of the citizens of Richmond. And I make a motion that we support this item and move forward.
Okay, is there a second? You have a hand up, Councilmember Johnson, or you want to second it or you want to speak?
I was going to make a motion, but I guess at this point it would be a substitute motion because I do hear my colleagues as well as.
Hang on a second. Let's see.
Yeah, I know. We need a second before I can.
Let's see if we have a second for that motion. I don't see a second, so you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I was just going to make a motion that we allow staff time because I know Shannon and Shannon and the police department wanted more time, wanted some feedback. So I was just going to make a motion that they take this feedback in regards to knowing when and how these military weapons are being used. Taking the comments from the speakers as well as from the colleagues, also the urgency in Councilmember Bates's voice. And bringing it back so that way we can have an official first reading. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Well, I'll second it.
Okay. As a point of clarification, I'm going to ask Shannon.
Sure.
My understanding of this is that it doesn't authorize the police department to do anything it doesn't legitimize any of these categories of weapons. It sets up a policy to essentially give the council control over the acquisition of weapons, or not just weapons, but equipment. And it requires an annual review and public hearing. Isn't that right?
So that's accurate, but what this policy does, if you were to approve it tonight, is it adopts an inventory of the current equipment that the police department uses. It's not it's not requesting that to go buy and acquire new equipment, but what it does is it inventories the equipment that the police department already has authority to use, already acquired and purchase, but that it inventories it, and that you have, more transparency on the breakdown of the equipment. So we would approve the policy and also the inventory. And I think that it's the inventory that really has prompted.
Okay, so this is just about adopting an inventory. And I'm reading this and it says the Assembly Bill 481 requires law enforcement agencies to obtain city council approval by ordinance adopting an equipment use policy. So if we don't adopt this, are we in conflict with the state code?
Well, so the statute, Assembly Bill 481 requires that a local agency commence the approval process by May 1 of 2022. So we are up against the May 1 date. But I think that having this on, having the discussion, starting the dialogue, in our estimation is we're working toward that approval process. We have up to 180 days to actually approve this policy after that May 1 deadline.
So what I don't understand with those people who apparently are opposed to this is that this actually begins to give the city council more control than we have now, and provides more regulation of the use of these types of equipment than we had previously. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so by not adopting it, that means we have less control, have less transparency, and we go back to business as usual. Is that more or less correct?
Well, no, that's not completely accurate. I mean, the reason why we're asking for more time to obviously answer a lot of the questions that the council members and the public have is that there's a requirement that the policy and the inventory be posted 30 days prior to adoption of the ordinance in a public meeting. And we posted the policy on March 31st. That was reflected in the staff report. What wasn't posted, and we haven't hit the 30-day mark, is the inventory, because it was very time intensive to pull that together. And so that was posted. My memory is April 11th. So we haven't hit that 30-day mark. So what we'd like to do is get your input and come back for first reading after we've posted this for at least 30 days and started, addressed a lot of the comments.
Okay, so I think we had a motion to continue this, but I'll use my authority as mayor to simply continue it for a couple of weeks, and you can take into consideration what you heard and bring it back. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think the motion was appropriate and it constitutes an action. So I think if you just take a vote on the motion, and the motion is just asking staff to take the comments that have been received, incorporate them in the ordinance, and come back when we're ready for first reading. So I think if you let that motion stand, we actually have an action to document that we've commenced the process.
Well, okay. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Abstain.
Abstain?
Abstain. She said abstain.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
I'm going to abstain because I do want the answers to my questions and the comments that have been stated. I need that information beforehand.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Martinez voting no, and Council Members Jimenez and McLaughlin abstaining.
Can I make a comment here?
You
Mr.
used up your
Mayor?
5 minutes, Councilmember. I mean, this.
But it's something important because I think like what we haven't heard is that in the length of the bill, it says this: if the government
The vote is
not
over,
approve-
Mr. Mayor. Next item.
Oh, let's go to the next item. We're done with this. Okay, the next item.
I just wanted to make sure that the city attorneys are giving the right information to the public about this regulation, and
Next
I
item,
didn't
Mr.
see
Mayor.
it, and I didn't hear it.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. The next item is the consent calendar. So we have, let's see, we only have one. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 items on the consent calendar. So is there a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Bates, second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, I think that brings us to item Q1. Would you read that, please?
Item Q1 is to receive budget presentations from city attorney, city clerk, city manager, and economic development departments.
So that item is Finance Department, Delmy Quillar and Mubin Quater. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. We are going to start with the presentation. I don't know if Shasta wants to do an introduction.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. This evening, we're going to continue our departmental presentations. This week, as was mentioned before, you're going to hear from the city attorney, city clerk's office, city manager, and economic development. Thereafter, we're going to continue our normal meeting process. We'll be meeting internally with the unions and providing a budget status update. May 3rd, we will come back to the City Council with further updates, including Public Works and additional departments. And we will next hear from Community Services and Community Development, and we'll close out with Public Safety. Our goal is to bring you all a balanced budget. And so in preparing to do so, I just want to flag some high-level policy matters that we're working on, some of which we'll be taking up later this evening. So in order to improve our fiscal sustainability, we are working, and you'll receive a presentation regarding our pension obligation bonds and how we can move forward in addressing that issue. We're also working to finalize the class and comp study and the fiscal analysis associated with that. We think it's very important that the city continue to move towards 15% reserve levels. And so as we're developing the budget for fiscal year 22-23, we are going to try to make improvements in that area. And so we anticipate that's going to cost upwards of $8 million, probably somewhere in the range of $6.5 to $8 million to get us to that 15% reserve level. We also want to work on improving our risk management reserves. Right now, we're at about 60%, and we'd like to move to 65%. if we have any revenue left over at the end of the fiscal year. We think that's really important. And so we anticipate that's going to be in the neighborhood of about $2 million. We also have negative fund balances with stormwater, about 2.6 million and approximately 2.9 million in engineering. So far, I want to give a brief update. Our Measure U revenue collection is continuing to improve. So I really want to thank and acknowledge the interdepartmental team that's working on that. Lastly, want to encourage the council to be mindful that we are continuing to have really high vacancy levels across the organization. And I really want to acknowledge and thank staff for all the hard work that they're doing. This has been, we have a lot of balls in the air, so to speak, on various very important large fiscal impact projects and policies and programs in development. And so really want to thank and acknowledge you all for your patience, as well as the community's patience as we work together collaboratively. And so with that, Delmi and Mubin, do you want to start the first presentation?
Yes. We will start with the city attorney's office.
Okay, KCRT, do you want to put that up? Or Heather? Who's ever going to be the DJ?
Heather is going to be doing.
Okay, perfect.
All right, here we are. So I'm Heather McLaughlin, the interim senior assistant city attorney, and I'm joined by other members of the office, and they'll jump in if I forget to say something. Next slide, please. So the city attorney's office provides legal services for the city. So we provide timely, high quality legal services to help city officials and departments perform their critically important tasks for the city of Richmond and its diverse community. So we divide that up into two different types of services: advisory services and operational services. So for advice, we give advice to the city council, the boards and commissions, staff, and all of the divisions of the city. For operational services, we review contracts, we draft contracts, we write ordinances, we draft resolutions, we participate in labor negotiations and property negotiations, and represent the city in all kinds of administrative proceedings and judicial proceedings. So the range of services that the city attorney's office does is very broad. You could sort of think of us as corporate counsel for the city corporation. We do it all. Some of it we do in-house and some of it we do with the help of outside counsel. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview of some of the things we did in the past year. We, of course, worked on a lot of COVID-related policies and procedures for the city. We managed a wide range of litigation and claims against the city in state and federal courts. And we participated with all the city departments in trying to tackle the numerous public records requests. Those really seem to have taken a huge increase in numbers over the past year. And I think it's one of those things where people don't understand how much work goes into it, from the various departments, the IT departments, and then city attorney staff reviewing for confidentiality, privileges, and other personal items that can't be disclosed under public records requests. So that's very labor intensive. We also helped out with transitioning city attorney services. As you know, the office had a lot of turmoil over the past year. So we've worked to smooth that as much as we can with retirements, resignations. And we also helped develop the contract for the new city manager and participated in staffing the various boards and commissions with all of their functions and public hearings. Next slide, please. So what we plan to do in the next year is covered in the next couple of slides. We're hoping to really work on providing more timely and effective legal services to the city and the city council. By focusing, hopefully by getting fully staffed, we'll be able to focus more on implementing policies to make everybody's work smoother and easier. We've taken great steps with the help of the city clerk to help streamline the process for responding to public records requests. I think that'll help out city staff reclaim some of their work time so that they can do their other jobs. And it will also help us respond to public records requests in a more timely fashion. We're going to continue to evaluate the use of outside counsel services. You'll notice that we've asked for a little help with that in terms of the budget, to have some consultant review that work. We also want to take a look at whether we can handle some of the litigation in-house. That would reduce the use of outside counsel. And there's many things that are sort of routine that if the office were fully staffed, we could probably handle. So we'll be evaluating that over the next year. And we're going to provide more training for city staff and the boards and commission in terms of Brown Act, conflict of interest, and for city staff, procurement and processing contracts and processing staff reports. And we also hope to conduct a top to bottom review of the city attorney's office to see if we've got it staffed in the right way and make it as efficient as we possibly can. Next slide. I think you all know, but here are some of our major projects that we've been working on. Everybody's favorite Point Melody. That one has taken a lot of time over the past year, and we anticipate it will still take some time going forward as that project and lawsuits play out. We've also worked on Terminal 1 with the pro forma, the non-disclosure agreement, negotiations, and the swaps. I think that's on your agenda later tonight. And revisions to the encroachment ordinance, where we're updating old provisions of the municipal code. This is just one example of changes and revisions, updates to the municipal code that we could and should do as time goes on. And litigation management. So we're going to try and manage the litigation more aggressively with an eye to reducing our costs and resolving cases as early as we can so that we can reduce our costs and expenses. So next slide, please. So here's who we are. This is the staffing of the city attorney's office. For fiscal year 21-22, it looks like we're fully staffed, but as you know, we are not. We have an interim city attorney, Dave Aylshire, who I'll introduce in a moment. We don't have the chief assistant city attorney yet, and we are down the office specialist and supervising assistant as well. So we are struggling to keep up, but we're doing our darndest. I think that's the end of my slides. Oh, wait, there's one more. Next slide, please. Here are the numbers. And I want to thank Patrick Seals in the city manager's office and the rest of the budget team for helping us put together these numbers. These numbers reflect if you have an in-house city attorney. They don't reflect if you have a outside counsel for city attorney. But the rest of the numbers are pretty stable. Do you have any questions? Oh, wait, I'm going to introduce Dave. Dave, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, so I'm Dave Aylshire, who is serving as the interim city attorney. And as you know, we started in December. So in the middle of a lot of things, we had to jump in and try and figure these problems out and keep everything moving forward appropriately. And I think by now we have a good handle on a lot of these projects. One of the things that the city manager has charged us with is there's a major need to find reductions and savings. And so one of the projects that we've touched on it a bit here, but in terms of the top down review of operations and trying to figure out these cost issues, we've started into that. Things are, because we're so busy, I haven't gotten it as far as I would have liked, but we have found out some things. For example, you see on this table, you can see that what your mid-year expenditures are. Going back, your your tracking of your expenses is not that straightforward because you have a risk management paid fees, and so there's money in that. You have various subcomponents where money's being put to sort of figure out what the overall cost is and how you can adjust it. You have to pull all those things together, and we've been working on that. For example, you're not counting your in-house legal fees. Your outside counsel budget over the last 4 years was running about a little over $3 million a year. Last year it was $5 million. This year it's a couple million, but that's not the year to date. And if you put so it's likely that it will be back up to $3 million. And if you put it together with the numbers here you have for in-house expenditures, you're probably averaging over $5 million total. And last year, where your outside counsel was $5 million, if you spent a couple million, your total expense would have been more like 7 million. So you're spending substantial amounts of money. One of the things that I'm looking at is, again, Shasa wants us to somehow save 2 million out of that. That's pretty substantial, pretty large percentage. So there's probably not many departments that could reduce their expenditures by a third. But the city is under financial pressure, and we definitely have to look at all of this. And obviously, it would be important to the solution to try and figure out how to have less litigation, and the litigation you have, how to undertake it at less cost than what's costing you now. So I just wanted to emphasize this because this is all a program that's underway that I think most people in the department are involved with this. And by the way, I think your in-house group is a quality group. And they are very eager to help in all ways possible, and they've been a big assist understanding how things are working. So I think that's an overview of the what's been going on, what we're trying to do for next year, and we're happy to answer questions.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Alshire, for the presentation. I noticed that 21-22, the professional administration was 1.09, and it's dropped to 22-23 to 601. That's almost 40% reduction. So we've always complained, some of us have complained about outside attorney. My question is, how many attorneys on your staff are capable of going to court and representing the city on some of these small cases that we farm out?
So right now, none of the in-house staff has a record really of going to court. We've talked about that. We think that some of the people on staff have some experience, so it's a question of moving them into the right role. So I think the other part of that is looking at how that is being addressed now and how we could take advantage of that. But that was one of the things we have as a goal, is to try and figure out how we could in-house do some of that activity. And I think we have some of our personnel are eager to get into that area. And I actually also have we have an Alameda office, and we have some people that could work with the people here to get them trained and up to speed in some of these areas that where you don't really need to go to outside counsel and you could handle it in-house.
Right.
How many attorneys do you have?
Well, right now there's basically 4 in-house attorneys. There's Heather, who's under contract, and myself under contract. So there's 6 of us.
So the 4 that are not under contract, you're saying that none of them have been in a courtroom representing the city, are capable of doing that?
That's their, yeah.
I don't want to jump in here because I have been with the, sorry to jump in here, but I've been with the city for 12 years. And I've definitely appeared in court representing the city or in pitches, motions. I've handled small cases earlier on. Right now, we're not doing that just because of staffing issues. But sorry to cut in on you, Dave.
Well, and I did not say they were not capable of it. I said, recently they haven't been doing that, and that's something that we want to get back to. And we think that we have people that are interested in doing that, and we can do that.
Well, do you have a vacancy?
Well, yes, there are. If you look at that staffing plan, there are vacancies in the office as well. But I think this is something that some of the existing people can do.
Yeah, but you have attorney vacancies, I understand.
Yes.
Yes, and we have clerical
you
vacancies
got
too.
Sobe, and I know he just retired. Well, would it not be wise to hire people that are capable of going to court, and that way you could minimize the amount of outside counsel?
Yes. The theory is that your outside counsel should only be used in high profile matters and specialized matters.
Okay.
And you definitely, but that's not just going to court. There's also, for example, some of the things that I started getting involved with involving the sewer moratorium, for example. There were outside attorneys that were giving advice on that, where I think that could have been handled in-house.
Okay. All right. Well, that's the idea. And I see the professional administration has been dropped, as I indicated, almost 40% from 1 million to about 600. So that's the right approach in the right direction. So thank you kindly.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, could you go back to the position slide? Yeah, so I don't quite, it's like it says the same thing in mid-year as proposed, but you're saying you need to hire more. So are you saying that these positions, mid-year positions, are not all filled, or?
Yes, not all of them are filled.
Oh.
So the admin analyst is filled. The assistant city attorneys are actually deputy city attorneys. The chief assistant city attorney. Yes, those are filled. That is Stephanie and Jackie.
Okay.
The chief assistant position is not filled. City attorney is filled with Dave, but he's only allocated a certain number of hours, so he's not even full-time. The office specialist is vacant. The senior attorneys, there's James and Shannon. Bruce is only working a limited number of hours, and the supervising office assistant position is vacant as well. So the clerical positions, the office specialist and office assistant positions may be useful for us if we can take some of the litigation in-house, because able to help with that. So those recruitments haven't happened yet because we're sort of waiting to see what happens with the staffing of the office.
Okay, thank you. That explains that better. The second question I have is, so I really like this idea of taking more in-house. And so, for example, how would this impact the budget, and would it be a savings just by way of allocations that we've already made but not fully spent? For example, let's say we have a outside attorney that we have allocated up to $1 million for. and we've only, I don't know, utilized 400,000, and we decide to take those particular, that particular tasks that outside attorney was initially assigned to, we decide to take it in-house. Then there's that other 600,000 that is now freed up. So has that been considered as to how that will help impact the city attorney's budget for whatever needs, you know, the hiring of more officers or whatever?
Right. I think that most of the plan is that we would take litigation in-house as cases came and developed, so that if things were existing, we would probably still keep those with the outside counsel, because there's plenty of new stuff coming in on almost a daily basis. So there's some savings there perhaps, but we'll have to look at it in more detail.
I would really encourage you to do so, because there are some special attorneys that some of us have not been real pleased with. And
Yes.
if we can make some savings by, you know, stopping, giving them new tasks and, you know, just save what has been allocated, but not, I don't know if that's the right word, what has
Right.
been assigned to them, but not paid because the tasks haven't yet been fully implemented. So that
100%. Yes.
Yes. Okay. That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just have a question about cost pool. Can you go to the slide, please? You had the budget,
Which slide?
the one that you had the budget that shows, yes. So you had the cost pool, increased payments there, kind of like over 50%. Can you tell me what that cost pool is?
I think that's a number we have to get from the finance folks. I think that's our share of various services and the insurances.
Hi, good evening. So yes, that's a number, that's a preliminary number, is a baseline. And we just received a cost study just recently. So that number probably will change. If you want to know exactly what it is, Mubin, do you want to give a little explanation? Let me see if Mubin is available.
Yes, hi, this is Mubin Kader, the budget administrator. So the cost pool, this number that you see is actually a combination of mainly the expense side that you see from jumping from 76,143 to 162,279 is actually a general liability insurance premium. And that is based on the actuarial studies that is coordinated and facilitated by the risk management. It's a complex study that they facilitate, and it's based on that. And it has a number of different factors that drive these numbers. And again, at this point, we do have preliminary numbers, and which is potentially going to be revised going forward. But in short, these are this is a number that's driven by primarily an actuarial study.
So I would like to look at that study. So could you email it to the council? That would be great, because I would like, when I look at the budget, it's just really difficult to know what is that, how we use that money, and everybody, and what are the percentages of each department going to that cost pool.
Definitely, we do appreciate the feedback, and we'll get back to you about the details behind the cost pool.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, and send the cost pool study that you mentioned. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yeah, about doing more work in-house. Have you begun figuring out what sort of skill sets the lawyers will need to have. For instance, I would imagine that land use would be one. Another one would be environmental law. But you do all the work, so I'm sure you have a better idea. Could you tell me where you're at with that?
Well, we haven't finished evaluating it all the way. Those are certainly some areas that we could hire or do some litigation in-house. But there's a lot of sort of more ordinary things like the trip and falls, sewer claims that would probably be cost effective for us to bring in-house. So that is something we are in the process still of evaluating.
And we have lawyers in-house who have experience in litigation. And so we need to kind of work when we're working together with Dave and Heather to make sure, we have support and training. And part of that includes administrative support too, to help litigate in-house.
You have more questions, Vice Mayor? Okay.
No, that was it.
Anybody else?
I think we're moving in a good direction here.
Okay. Anybody else have questions or comments on the attorney's office? Well, I'll throw mine out. I'm not aiming this at the current interim city attorney. I think he's trying to do the best he can with what he's got. But I got to tell you, I'm no fan of the city attorney's office. I think that it's largely filled with scofflaws, wastrels, incompetence, and there's certainly a lot of room to improve it. I mean, I'll give you one example. The city attorney's office has spent $300,000 investigating me and suing me. It's a total waste of money. And it's just an example of how much room there is for improvement in there. Another thing has to do with the outside counsel. One thing I've noticed is that the city, on more than one occasion, retains outside counsel, and then the outside counsel then decides. Well, they don't make the ultimate decision, but they basically build a huge lawsuit that enriches them sometimes as much as $1 million. And there's been a lot of money wasted on that. So I wish the interim city attorney good luck. There's a lot of room for improvement, a lot of room for reductions and savings, and I hope you're successful.
If I could, I do, having now worked for a number of months with the mayor, I appreciate the tenor in which he expresses that. I think that like his example of the lawsuit against him, that wasn't the people in the department here. That was the leadership and outside counsel that led to that. I actually think that there was a principle there, but looking at the overall situation, there might not have been a consideration of what that effort was really going to cost. I think as I've been working with the council on those kinds of issues, the council's been very receptive to trying to reduce cost. I think that I think there is a good base. There's good material here. The city definitely has, when you go around to cities and the legal issues they face, this city is on the high end. It has a lot of opportunities also. And I certainly am learning things as I get involved in new situations. We took this encroachment ordinance. We created a whole new encroachment ordinance dealing with things the city hadn't done with in the past. And the last little bit of trying to get it perfected, we've hit a little bit of a glitch that we're trying to sort out. But I think there's really a lot that can be done here. And I can tell you that the attorneys in the office are enthusiastic about figuring this out, are about figuring out how we go to court, how we be more efficient. So I'm actually, I totally get the mayor's concerns. I think the example of outside counsel taking things over and it ending up costing a lot of money. I've definitely seen examples of that, and I'm hoping to bring this forward and hoping to look at the firms that we're using and who are the ones that can go to war and do it for a reasonable cost and what the options are. So I think I take the mayor's statement as not an attack, but as setting a goalpost out there that is reasonable and that we should be able to achieve. So I thank you for the comment.
I didn't expect that. And by the way, this is a technical detail, but I think somebody characterized Heather as a contract employee, and I don't think that's correct. I think she's simply an employee.
Yes, I'm a PERS annuitant.
I understand.
So I get a paycheck.
But you don't have a contract.
I do not have a contract.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go on to the next presentation.
All right. Thanks to all the finance staff and Patrick and the city manager staff for helping us with that.
You gotta love his style, huh, Tom?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Pamela Christian, City Clerk, City Clerk's Office. And what we do, we are a service department. We're responsible for records regarding the legislative history of the City of Richmond. We accept and immediately process the following documents: public records requests, claims against the city, subpoenas, and boards and commission applications. I am responsible as the election official of redistricting and the election administration. The city clerk's office is also responsible for updating and maintaining city ordinances and publishing them to the Richmond Municipal Code, where we provide access to legislative meeting information, and we receive economic interest form 700 and also campaign and other financial disclosure related filings. We are also responsible for staffing city council meetings, preparing the agenda packages, distribution, and publishing to the website. Next. What we did in fiscal year 2021, we transitioned from Sire to a new agenda management system called eScribe. We completed a uniform boards and commission processing manual. It is currently on our website. It was adopted April 27th of 2021. We also launched electronic signing of our contracts with DocuSign. Let's see, we finalized a policy and procedure for public records requests processing, and we took full responsibility for the administration of that. And we contracted with NDC for redistricting, and we adopted a map 201 on April 5th of 2020. So what we plan to do in fiscal year 2022, 2023, we also want to launch with DocuSign the electronic signing of resolutions, ordinances, and minutes. The election, we are preparing for the November 8th general election for districts 2, 3, and 4. We hope to plan to complete our full migration of the city council documents and videos to eScribe by June of 2022. We are in collaboration with IT and City Attorney's Office to purchase a public records management software to help manage our public records request process. We hope to begin services again for our passport acceptance facility. And we also hope to offer agendas in Spanish as an option. Next slide. Who we are We are a total of 4 full-time staff. That includes the city clerk technician, and 2 deputy city clerks. Next slide. Under budget, I'd like to bring your attention to professional and administrative line for 2021 and 2022. Both those totals include the election costs. So under 2021-22, we funded for NDC, and I believe that's it, NDC and some other election costs. And also under 2022 and 2023, we have an election coming up in November. So that's why those totals are high. I think that's it.
Questions or comments from city council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just really appreciate all the work that you do. So I just wanted to say, question is the municipal ID as that is whole in your department? Because you mentioned about the passport, but I didn't see the municipal, so I just wondered if it's there, and if it's not, thank you.
I think that process is under the city manager's office.
Okay, thank you. And I see the same thing here with the cost poll. So I will be like, I see like an increase on over 50%. So I am like, as it says before, I'm looking forward to have that study. But thank you so much.
Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks to for the presentation as well. I was going to ask, I was happy to see that part of the plan was to make sure that the agenda could at least be translated into Spanish. And I know logistically this is going to be challenging, but I just was wondering, like, what is the plan of the city clerk's office to provide translation during the city council meetings? Because I know, at least me personally, that's something I get feedback about a lot, especially when there are folks who are speaking monolingual Spanish at least. Obviously, we have other languages in Richmond, but translation seems to come up a lot. So just was wondering if that was in the plan for this fiscal year budget, or what are the plans around that?
What I can do is look into what it would cost and then get back to the council with that information, if that's okay.
For me personally, thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, go ahead. You're muted, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I want to also thank you for the fantastic service you give, and especially since you give it with a smile. I mean, it's always a joy to go into the office and encounter your good vibes and cheer. But I was just curious about election years and how much more work it is for election years. Can you give me a little summation as to how much more work it is and how you deal with it?
Well, I would say it is more stressful, and I have to stay on top of everything. So for the November election, I have started preparing last year just to make sure I have the right signage, because we get complaints about that, right signage. And I'm preparing the books right now and making sure I have the forms together, and just attending any meeting I can attend with the other clerks so that we know the new laws that are coming up. So I don't know, I write a to-do list and I do it. So, I mean, I don't know, it's a lot of work, and I just do it. So
Yeah, I know your plate is full, but you know, when they add more to it, it's always a question is how to deal with the extra that's put on there. But I commend you. Thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything worthy to say about this young lady. I'm just trying to figure out how I can twist something into words that express some gratitude. But seriously, I think Tom and I have had the opportunity to work for 3 city clerks. The first one was Harlan Hayden, an outstanding gentleman. The next one was Diane Holmes, who Harlan trained. And Diane happened to be the first African-American city clerk in the city of Richmond. And then Pam came along and Diane did exactly what Harlan Hayden did for her. Diane trained Pam to be prepared to take over the clerk. So we've had and been blessed with 3 outstanding city clerks over the past several years. And I think that, Pam, you measure up equally to both Diane and Hayden, who I have the highest regards for. So thank you, and just keep on doing the good work you've been doing, and train some of your staff to take your place when you decide to retire. That's all I can, that's the best you can do.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Johnson.
Miss Pam know how much I love her and the work she do. But I also wanted to, Councilmember Bates had mentioned the staff, so I wanted to also take this time to lift up Miss Sabrina, Miss Ursula, and Miss Jaswar as well. You know, whenever, you know, you go into that office, or, you know, how they, you know, man the phones in these council meetings, is outstanding. And so I, you know, not only want to, in addition to lifting up Miss Pam, want to lift up those other 3 ladies as well, because, you know, they on it. And I appreciate the entire clerk's office.
Yes. I want to commend our office also. The staff is awesome.
Anybody else? You know, Councilmember Bates, I think you missed one clerk, but I'll check that out. You know, I just want to say the city clerk's office, in my opinion, is an icon of responsiveness and competence. And I really appreciate the work they do. And I think the way they handle it is an example for the entire city staff, and I thank you for it.
Mayor.
So let's see if there are no other comments on that. Let's go to the next presentation. That would be the economic development.
So we expect an equal love fest here in the city manager's office. I know that I haven't been in this seat as long as Pam, but I aspire to have that level of admiration. So I know those are big shoes to fill, and I'm so fortunate and privileged to have the honor of working with the city clerk's office. And we do appreciate them immensely, because we are the folks that are always trying to get our items in to meet the deadlines. And so we appreciate Pam's patience with us, especially during all of these transitions we've had. So thank you. So with that, we're going to move into the city manager's office, and we have really amazing staff in our office. I'm not going to use Sue's term for IT, which is team awesome, but we have a really great cross section of folks that work on a myriad of things, from the Department of Children and Youth to the Port, Housing Authority, Economic Development, Environmental and Health, Arts and Culture. And so really want to provide those staff an opportunity to speak with you all directly, so you can hear about all the amazing work that they are doing. Next slide. So right now, this slide represents how things are currently set up and the work that's currently happening. So we have, in the city manager's office, you have myself and Irene. And then in terms of economic development, you'll see arts and culture, economic development, environmental and health, RHA, and port. And so what we've been doing is staff have split responsibilities between different divisions depending on the needs of the organization. And so I feel like that's been very effective. But I'm also realizing that, especially at our last meeting, that the City Council continues to have a number of high priority special projects. And so I do anticipate as we go through this budget process and we look at vacancies and where we have demand, I do anticipate that we will likely need to add a management analyst to our office to assist with following up on city policy direction from the council, as well as reporting requirements. We have a number of ordinances that have been adopted, a number of programs the city council has asked us to move forward. And there is certainly a backlog of work that needs to be done. And so just want to acknowledge that everyone, I think, is clearly doing the best they can, and that to keep up with the current demand, we're probably going to need to add an FTE. We'll also be working with all the department heads to look at our overall organizational structure and add additional resources. So tonight, later on, there's going to be a presentation from Joe Leach in Public Works, and that will also provide an opportunity for you all to hear more directly about the built environment, which is also extremely important to our community. Next slide. Folks always ask me, like, well, what does the city manager do? Because they usually think that the mayor is in charge. And so I have to tell them I have 7 bosses, and I tell them that we have 7 council members, and they're all great, and I try to treat them all equally. And the mayor appoints folks, and my job is to follow city council policy direction, and that we are going to meet with the mayor and review the budget in advance, follow the RMC. That's really important to us here in the manager's office, is to follow the Richmond Municipal Code. And we're going to work collaboratively, and we're going to work on improving relationships. So I think that's one of the things that's really special about Richmond is our relationships, and relationships really matter. So whether it's from nonprofits to CBOs to individual residents, small businesses and large businesses, I think relationships really matter in Richmond. And so we're going to continue to focus on that, as well as our collaborations with UC Berkeley and other philanthropic and funders. So extremely important. Next slide, please. We're going to continue to work on filling vacancies, as well as implementing iHeart Richmond. I want to give a special thanks to Public Works, Abatement, Parks and Fleet, Community Services, Love Your Block, and our grant writing expert, Janae, Code Enforcement, neighborhood and community-based organizations, also our neighborhood councils, Urban Tilt, Moving Forward, Republic Services, and Caltrans, as well as our Civic Spark Fellows have really been key in helping us organize to improve the built environment. Right now, we have approximately in the range of 127 vacancies, and we have about 38% of our businesses have paid their Measure U tax, and approximately 76% of the revenue for mid-year has been collected to date for Measure U. So we're making some significant progress. I want to thank the interdepartmental team working on that. Next slide. Irene. We can't hear you now. Okay, go.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Irene Lozano, City Manager's Office. So what we plan to do for FY next year, fiscal year 22-23, is continue the collaborations that the City Manager mentioned with internal and external partners to continue beautifying the city, the iHeart Richmond campaign that she mentioned. Continue focusing on the revenue collection, Measure U implementation, and continue to see that number of businesses that are paying their taxes increase. We are going to continue to support HR and the recruitment and retention of city staff and ensure that we are able to meet the council priorities. And also we are going to focus on development and the implementation of special projects, some you'll hear about later. And one of them in particular that Councilmember Jimenez mentioned earlier, the municipal ID program that has currently been piloted in the city manager's office right now. We're in a pilot phase and we're looking at expanding it in the next fiscal year. The American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, that you've heard about, fiscal sustainability plan, and as well as the environmental and community investment agreement, or ECIA. Who we are in terms of staff. What we are proposing for fiscal year 22-23 is a staff of 2, the city manager and myself. Currently, we have 3 staff people. That position is currently vacant, executive secretary. And for next fiscal year, we are proposing just 2. And as the city manager also mentioned earlier, she is considering adding a management analyst to the team. Sorry, next slide. In terms of our budget, there is a savings due to positions that were moved from our department, from city manager's office executive secretary position over to fire. And the budget is still a working draft and will be refined in the next coming weeks. And with that, I will pass it along to our arts and culture manager, Winifred Day.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, City Council members, and Richmond residents. My name is Winifred Day, and I'm the Arts and Culture Manager. So what we do includes supporting and collaborating various departments throughout the city on community-based projects. One example of that would be the Equine Park that you see to the right. We administer 1% for public art projects that include development, private developer projects, and CIP or capital improvement projects. We implement the NPA mini grants, which is the Neighborhood Public Art Mini Grant Project, which has been happening for about 10 years now. There's a Poet Laureate project, hopefully this evening, if one of the poets is still here, we'll be able to hear a poetry reading this evening. And we also support the Art Commission and the Public Art Advisory Committee. Next slide, please. This past year, what we've done in 2021-22, we updated the 20-year-old ordinance, added policies and procedures, and Localish, which is a national television program, featured Equine Park. Some of you may have seen it. And we're really proud to get some national attention in a very positive way. And as far as some of the funding that we've received, we've collected over $717,000 in private developer fees. And some of that money goes towards the above items, the $39,000 that was awarded to COVID relief mini grants. You'll be seeing banners and a variety of other types of projects around the city. And $81,000 was awarded to the NPA mini grant projects throughout the city as well. Next slide. And what we plan to do in the coming year is to maintain a public art inventory. We have over 300 pieces of artwork in the city, valued at over $4 million, which will help identify exactly what our assets are as far as art collection is concerned. And part of that inventory is to identify the condition of artwork. Any artwork that needs to be, any damaged artwork will be restored. So many people have let us know that the senior center faded murals have been faded for some years. And within the next couple of months, we plan to replace those faded murals. And then John Worley's murals under Caltrans underpasses have been tagged by graffiti artists, and we plan to have those restored as well. One big project over the course of the next year, which might take 18 months, is to spend some of that $700,000 on $100,000 of it will be spent to commission some new artwork, especially for underserved communities. So we're working with the Neighborhood Coordinating Council to identify which neighborhoods need artwork. So we're looking to forge new relationships and be very strategic about where the artwork goes. Thank you very much. And next slide. Next person.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. My name is Thomas Amolo, and I'm a Management Analyst 2 in the City of Richmond City Manager's Office. This evening, I'll be discussing some of the accomplishments of the Economic Development Division and goals for the upcoming fiscal year. So first, what you see here is the support that we've provided to business communities. The City of Richmond has collaborated with businesses and organizations located within Richmond to provide business assistance services and marketing strategies for local businesses. Additionally, the city staff have continued to partner with the Economic Development Commission and stakeholders to develop and refine economic development strategies, policies, and activities within the Richmond community, including the Cannabis Equity Program and the Economic Development Action Plan, which I'll discuss later. The city also finally continued to support businesses by connecting them to available resources, relocation support, and connections to workforce development and facilitating business-to-business transactions. Next slide, please. Second is the initiatives and programs that were developed. These include drafting of the City of Richmond's Economic Development Action Plan, consisting of the short-term local business recovery action plan and the Richmond Business Investment and Attraction Strategy. One is a short-term plan and one's a longer-term plan. In developing these plans and strategies, the city hosted over 10 community meetings, and city staff established the Economic Development Working Group, which comprises of local technical assistance service providers, and the first goal of which is the establishment of a citywide buy local campaign, which is a goal for the upcoming fiscal year. The City of Richmond also received 2 grants from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, GoBiz, to support the establishment of a cannabis equity program in Richmond. The $75,000 grant, the Type 1 grant, was for the drafting of the Cannabis Equity Assessment, which reviewed the current cannabis climate within Richmond and established a Cannabis Equity Program, which was adopted in December of last year. The city then received $1.3 million funding from GoBiz to implement the Cannabis Equity Program, which is currently underway. Lastly, the City of Richmond transferred the revolving loan fund to Community First Lending, a community partner who have continued to support businesses, and city staff continue to work with local calls from businesses and connecting them with folks in Community First Lending. Next slide, please. And so what are the goals for the upcoming fiscal year? City staff have been and will continue to support the Measure U implementation. Next is the adoption of the Economic Development Action Plan, which I discussed earlier. And then in collaboration with the Economic Development Working Group and the Economic Development Commission, the division will implement a buy local specific to Richmond campaign that includes a branding, marketing, creation of swag, hosting events, and quite a few other elements. And lastly, the City of Richmond Economic Development Division will continue to support Richmond Main Street Initiative with a Downtown Richmond Property and Business Improvement District renewal, which will be up for renewal in July. I thank you again for your time, and I'll hand off the presentation to Gabino Arredondo to discuss the division's environmental and health initiatives. Thank you.
Good evening, buenas tardes, Mayor, City Council members, and the Richmond community. Today I have the privilege of talking about what we do in the environmental and health initiatives team. Some of our main areas of focus is the implementation and monitoring of our climate action plan, which I know is a major priority of our city council and residents. We also manage the solid waste contract with Republic Services and also staff the Joint Powers Authority, the Recycle More, to promote recycling and composting in the city. We also support residents to do that. And we also lead in the compliance of state recycling mandates that are coming down the pipeline. We also support citywide and regional initiatives, like mentioned before, the I Heart Richmond campaign, and other health initiatives, especially now with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. I think because the city has been a leader in health equity throughout the years, I think we were and have developed good relationships with the county and with our community-based organizations. We were able to respond at a faster pace related to the impacts in our community related to COVID-19 vaccine distribution and testing. Next slide, please. So some of the things that we are proud that we talked about that we were able to accomplish in fiscal year 21-22 included the adoption of a natural gas ban ordinance with support from the Community Development Department. We also began hosting litter cleanup events at the dumpster days. This picture here is related to one that we just recently did with the support of community services at Eastern Village. And we also had a new partnership with Caltrans in that picture here. Next slide. We also were able to still host workshops related to community air monitoring. Also our program related to increasing solar access at homes, at Richmond homes at no cost for income qualifying residents. We were able to install 38 systems, repair 9 roofs, and also upgrade 6 electrical panels. And like I mentioned before, continue the support of COVID-19 vaccine and testing efforts. Next slide. So some of the areas that we hope to continue in the next fiscal year is the update of the climate action plan, which includes updates of the greenhouse gas inventory, continue to implement the iHeart Richmond campaign, continue to implement the California Senate Bill 1383 mandates, which talks about mandatory organic waste recycling and food waste recovery efforts, begin drafting the Green Blue New Deal workforce plan with a just transition framework, and apply for the Transformative Climate Communities grant for the state. And those are some of the areas of focus. And now I will hand it off to Lizette.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. My name is Lizette Zepeda. I'm the Senior Business Assistant Officer for the City of Richmond, working in Economic Development and Port Divisions. I want to present real estate and port slides. And for the first bullet point, we've centralized working with various departments, leases, and processes to really work on getting these together and getting the leases organized. That has helped us to create a rent roll for city properties. And that has really helped us with executing some of the leases in the port. So for example, the Northland Nautical Foundation is a new lease that we've executed. And that company is currently in one of the basins at the port. It has also established $150,000 in revenue by finalizing lease agreements with Alcatraz Cruise that is also located in one of the basins at the port. And we've also finalized the master lease with Terminal 3 Partners, and that's located in Terminal 3 of the port as well. Next slide. So what we did, oh, I thought that was could you go to the next slide? There we go. What we plan to do for fiscal year 22-23 is manage city leases, continue to manage the city and port leases and the sites, establish internal processes to ensure maximum financial benefits and comply with governmental mandates. Those mandates could be state mandates and federal mandates. Find opportunities to increase port revenue with our existing resources. Create a port marketing plan. And with creating the port marketing plan, we could also find ways to be efficient online with labor forms to help increase revenue. Reduce health risks from operation of the port since the adoption of the Port of Richmond Clean Air Action Plan. So that could help us really reduce pollution. And I'll pass that on to my next colleague.
Usually Lizette sounds really peppy like Samantha, so you can tell she's under the weather. So please be mindful of that. And I just want to say thank you, Lizette, for being so resilient and powering through, because I know you do not feel well. So thank you.
I apologize for my voice.
And please get some rest and drink some tea. I commend you for pushing through. So thank you. So with that, this is the current staffing that we have now in the city manager's office. I want to highlight that we have 2 vacant positions. One is the deputy city manager position, and the other is the port director position. So as we move through, these are 2 very high paying executive level positions in our organization. And so for the last, since our port director passed away, the port director position has been unfilled, but Lizette with her hire is dedicated to 50% of the time to the port. And we also have support from Alan Wolkin has been supporting the port after Jim Mazorkas passed away. And then we also have Robert Stevens, who serves as the port engineer. So I'm continuing to assess the port director and deputy city manager positions, and if we need to potentially maybe fill one or both of those. But I think it's extremely important that we see how the budget process progresses, because we have a great need for direct service in our abatement and parks department. So I'm trying to wait and weigh those things out and see how we can move forward in a manner that provides more direct services to residents, but then also provides opportunities for us to have some potential additional support around economic development and the port. So in the coming weeks, we'll continue to provide you all with information and come back with recommendations. So for the time being, those positions remain, those 2 positions remain unfilled. And those are the things that equate to in some instances, what you see in the vacancy rate savings by holding some positions while we're trying to fill other positions that are extremely critical that deal with direct service to residents. So just wanted to provide that overview. Next slide. And so there's a lot of moving parts here on these numbers. They're not final. There's some big changes, primarily because of Winifred is doing a great job on licenses, permits, and fees in terms of collecting revenue for the 1% for public art. We also have some changes in terms of salary and wages because of a position that was not filled previously, and we anticipate continuing to have some savings there. And so we are continuing to work with finance, and we'll be refining these numbers for your consideration. Next slide. With that, I'd like to hand it off to Nanette for the Richmond Housing Authority.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nanette Beecham, Executive Director for the Richmond Housing Authority. And what we do is provide affordable housing for low and very low income residents of Richmond through federally funded programs. We also administer and manage Nevin Plaza, which is across the street from City Hall in Nystrom Village. Part of that management is to annually conduct recertifications of income and household compositions for our family, lease enforcement, maintenance, vacancy turnaround, and just overall property management. And if you look at our pictures, we have a couple of our, if you go back just a minute, thank you. We have our up and coming Hacienda in the middle. We have our Nevin Plaza on the right, and some of our wonderful residents of Nevin Plaza when they were receiving the vaccine last year. Next slide, please. What we did in 21-22 is we received approval from HUD through a Section 18 application to disposition Nevin Plaza. And what that means is we will soon be able to rehabilitate the property at Nevin Plaza and also change the funding source to project-based vouchers. We were able to submit an application for funding to the state for the Nevin Plaza rehabilitation. And as of today, we received notice that we are in good standing. So very positive, and we hope that we can move forward with the rehabilitation later on this year. We continue to negotiate with our preferred development team, McCormick, Barron, Salazar, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services for the disposition of Nystrom Village. We also requested and received funds from HUD through the CARES Act funding to reimburse expenses previously expended for Nevin Plaza and Nystrom Village. We hosted a virtual groundbreaking for Hacienda, and we partnered with Contra Costa Health Services to provide vaccines to our residents. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in 2022-2023 is maintain our current housing and repossession our assets. We're going to start the occupancy of Hacienda later this year, hopefully in October. And we're going to continue to work with developers to complete the financing for the Nevin Plaza rehabilitation, start construction, and enter into an agreement for the disposition of Nystrom Village. We're going to continue to implement the Public Housing Authority Recovering and Sustainability Agreement, which is the FARS as we refer to. It's the agreement between HUD, the City of Richmond, and RHA. And we're going to continue to administer the RHA Housing Corporations, boards, commissions, and Nevin Plaza Resident Council. Who we are. We are currently budgeted for a team of 6.5, which includes administrative aid, building maintenance supervisor, myself, resident housing manager, senior development project manager, senior management analyst, and senior resident housing manager. And I mention them all because they're also very, very important. We currently have 2 vacancies, the senior resident housing manager and the resident housing manager position. Our HR department has just worked over the last year to make sure that the Housing Authority has all the support that it needs, and we're in our final stages of recruitment with those 2 vacant positions. Thank you. Next slide, please. And so currently, this is the state of our mid-year budget, which was approved in January of this year, and our proposed budget for 2022-23. There's still a lot of moving parts. I will bring your attention also to the cost pool. Our formula is a little bit different. It is mandated by a formula that's mandated by HUD. And so it's calculated a little bit differently. So I believe the number that is in this line item is based on the formula that's done by the city. So it will be changed at a later date. And with that, that concludes my report. Thank you so much.
Now for special projects. With this slide, our goal is to make sure that we're doing a good job of documenting the special projects, either requested due to federal legislation or state legislation or agreements or grant projects or new sections of the Richmond Municipal Code that we need to assist with operationalizing. So with that, I will hand it over to LaShonda White.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor Butt, council members, and Richmond community. My name is LaShonda White. I'm the interim director for community services and happy to be the first presenter around special projects. So we're going to talk tonight briefly about the American Rescue Plan, and I want to also give a special thank you to Antonio Benuelos He's the accounting manager in finance. We work closely together with regards to reporting to the federal government on ARPA. Next slide, please. So the American Rescue Act was signed into law in March of 2021. And as part of the $1.9 trillion ARPA relief package, $350 billion in additional funding was set aside to support state and local governments in recovering from COVID. And the city of Richmond's allocation is set at $27.7 million. We received the first installment in August, and we'll receive the second one, which will be our final one later this year. Funds have to be encumbered or obligated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. And the federal government has provided hundreds of pages of guidance and requires us to do reporting to them on a periodic basis. And we do have a website, which we will continue to update as time goes along. Next slide. Here are just some uses of ARPA funds. And they vary from just supporting public health expenditures. So that could be increasing PPE access, as well as providing access for vaccinations and testing, as well as providing investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Next slide. So no, this is small, but this shows that the allocation that the City Council made as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget process. So you can see here out of $27.7 million that City Council approved allocating 10.5 for various projects, which I will discuss briefly in the next slides. And although only about $625,000 of that $10.5 million has been either encumbered or spent, I do want to point out that staff is working extremely hard to support the development, design, and implementations of all the projects funded. So to start, our Public Works Department is working hard to implement the projects that were funded through ARPA. So $1.8 million was funded to support necessary upgrades to the North Richmond Pump Station. Also, $1 million was allocated to do upgrades to 4 city facilities for HVAC upgrades, which are much needed. And then also $1 million was allocated for beautification of some of the city's medians and other public areas. Next slide. $150,000 was allocated to help refurbish Richmond's only turf field at Martin Luther King Jr. Park, and it is almost done and it looks great. And I know all of our users cannot wait to get back on the field. Also, $250,000 was allocated to support a community needs assessment and strategic plan development for ARPA. So per US Treasury's rules, they encourage governments to do some community outreach and assessment of what really is needed in their communities, businesses, residents, to help with to help support a equitable recovery. And so the City Council approved a contract in February with HRNA to do a robust community needs assessment. And we also are partnering with Contigo, local firm, to do a great community engagement process. We'll be starting that soon, and they will help develop a plan that will go back before City Council to make a recommendation about how we spend the remaining $17 million so that we are being strategic about our funding. Next slide, please. In October 2021, the City Manager's Office Economic Development Department Division released an RFP for professional services of a qualified organization to assist in the development and implementation of a community-driven workforce development plan using a blue-green New Deal and just transition framework, and that work is ongoing. And then also in February of 2022, the Community Development Department brought forth a contract for $600,000 with Ed Fund West to distribute funds via the Richmond Rapid Response Fund to support rent relief and direct disbursements for basic needs for Richmond residents that were experiencing hardship based on COVID. There's another $100,000. There's $1 million allocation there for the housing and Richmond Rapid Response Fund work. Another $100,000 of the $1 million was to support the development of a strategic plan and governance structure for R3F to make sure that that organization, which was collaboratively created with community, to make sure that they can continue and are sustainable to continue to support Richmond residents and businesses. And then the remaining $300,000 of that $1 million allocation is set aside to support housing related work. So that's a brief update. And with that, I'm going to now turn it over to my colleague, Shanae Johnson, to share about the Environmental Community Investment Agreement Grant Program. Well, Shani is getting ready. I just also want to say that for the Environmental Community Investment Agreement, we have a grant program, but there's also many other projects that are strategies that are included in the agreement, and they are broken up by greenhouse gas reduction program. So that could be around transportation and reducing greenhouse gas through that method, along with climate action plan, energy efficiency programs, urban forestry. So there's a number of strategies listed there, and that totals $50 million of the $80 million we received through this agreement over a 10-year period. And then the other $30 million is to support community-based programs. The majority of that funding, I'm sorry, I need to flip it. $30,000 for greenhouse gas reduction programs, $50,000 for community programs, and $35 million of the $50 million supports Richmond Promise. And so the city of Richmond does a transfer to Richmond Promise to continue their work. And then we also do other programming, including the ECIA grant program, which you're going to hear more about, but also supporting job development and other programs.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Shanae Johnson. I'm an administrative analyst in the city manager's office, Economic Development Division. And I, along with Patrick Sills and LaShonda White, manage the Environmental Community Investment Agreement Grant Program, which is known to many as the ECIA grant program. The program began in fiscal year 16-17 and has an allocation of $6 million over the course of 10 years. The program funds are there for nonprofit organizations that support Richmond programs, community activities in Richmond, including those that support youth and youth sports. To date, we've awarded approximately 145 awards, totaling almost $3 million. We also track outcomes and impacts of organizations. We also track outcomes and impacts of the organizations. We include data such as the number of residents served, as well as participant feedback in annual reports. Next slide, please. In fiscal year 21-22, we awarded more than $225,000 to 15 organizations that are nonprofits serving Richmond residents. In addition, we held orientation sessions that provided information and guidance to more than 40 organizations who were interested in applying for the grant. We hosted program check-ins with our current grantees and continue to provide support as needed. During any fiscal year and at any given time, we are generally supporting 30 to 40 program participants, which can include current grantees, past grantees, or future grantees. Some of them are new and some of them are very familiar with our program. Next slide. What we plan to do for fiscal year 22-23. One of our high priority items that we like to do is to conduct a solicitation for a client customer relations management system, also known as a CRM system. And what that will allow us to do is to improve and standardize our existing application. We will be able to simplify our reporting and our invoicing processes. And overall, the goal will be to just improve communication between the city staff and our grantees, and just allow for better tracking. In addition to the CRM, we'd also like to offer more capacity building and community engagement opportunities. We'd like to encourage collaboration between our organizations as well as with city staff. And we plan to do that through basically implementing and enhancing the services with the help of some student admin interns or some fellows. So we're hoping that we can get a few folks in here to help us out so that we can provide better service to the community. And that would conclude this part of it. And I'm going to pass it along to Patrick Sills.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor Butt. My name is Patrick Sills. I'm a management analyst in the Department of Children and Youth, and I will be speaking briefly about the work that we do. Next slide. Thank you. So ultimately, the work that the Department of Children and Youth does is we fund organizations, specifically organizations that support young people who live and reside in the city from birth to age 24. We also support our oversight board, which represents a swath of residents here. Our board is made up of 15 members, half of which are between the ages of 15 and 24, the other half which is over the age of 24. We serve as a collaborator and a convener, specifically around providing opportunities for service providers who support young people here to gather and to meet and to share what their experiences are, how they do their work, and how they might inform us in ways that we might be able to support them with supporting our young people. And finally, we serve as an evaluator. So similar to the ECIA grant, the Department of Children and Youth grant, and as set forth in the charter, Article 15 of the charter, outlines how we are responsible for evaluating grantees. So we also collect data and require reporting and to make sure that we are in alignment with the parameters set forth for the Department of Children and Youth. Next slide. So what we did in fiscal year 21-22, last fiscal year was our inaugural opportunity to award grants out for the Department of Children and Youth, and we awarded $1.6 million to 20 organizations that serve Richmond young people across 6 priorities. We also released our fiscal year 22-23 request for proposal or grant application, which has just been submitted. We've been given those applications. Our reviewers have reviewed, and we are now in the process of going through those applications, and we'll be moving forward with our oversight board to make a recommendation to the City Council for a new round of grantees. We've also participated in local convenings. There are a few national organizations. One is the Children's Funding Project, which tries to support the development and sustainability of organizations and cities and municipalities across the country who are very much interested in establishing their own departments of children and youth. And myself and LaShonda White have participated in those calls, and we provided our experience and shared ways in which we've worked to move forward. And finally, we've continued to support our oversight board with monthly meetings. Next slide. So what we plan to do in the coming fiscal year is to award an additional 1.6. The funding setup for the Department of Children and Youth is that last fiscal year, there was 1% of the general fund allocated. This upcoming fiscal year, 22-23, there will be 2% of the general fund allocated. And in the subsequent year, there'll be 3%, and that will remain the same for the subsequent 6 years. So we plan to award 1.6 in 22-23. We also plan to release another grant RFP out. We plan to host an oversight board retreat because of the nature of our board makeup, in that we have board members who are between the ages of 15 and 24 and those over 24. There are a lot of dynamics at work. And so what we want to do is provide some really discrete and targeted training to support how they work, how they facilitate and address power dynamics and build the capacity of our young people as they serve in the civic capacity. Shani mentioned that we are working to acquire CRM, and we're going to also try to do some capacity building for our grantees. We recognize that not all organizations have the same capacity as it relates to staffing and experience and background. And so one element that we might be thinking about as far as awarding funds is not just to award programmatic funds, but how do we support organizations in building boards and their teams and their staff and their managers to do the work at the best they can. Next slide. So who we are is a staff of about 2.3. We have an assistant services analyst, which we share with the recreation department. We also have an associate administrative services analyst, which is currently a vacant position. LaShonda serves as a director, and you have me there as a management analyst full-time. Next slide. So what we propose going forward, you can see the major numbers there are the transfer in, which is in the revenue section. You see that 1.8, and that increases, basically doubles to 3.76, which will be given out in grant funds, which represents about 2% of the general fund. And you'll see there at the bottom, our net impact, we typically had a fund balance, and we are going to basically use the majority of that fund balance to offset any overage costs potential overcosts that we may experience in the subsequent fiscal year. And that concludes my section of this presentation. And I believe we're going to turn it back over, I think, to the city manager, Shasa Curl.
Thank you. So with that, I hope we've given you a comprehensive look at some of the high-level policies, programs, projects, and grants that staff are working on. It's not completely exhaustive because there's things mentioned here that weren't mentioned here. For example, Shanae also supports the agenda review process with me. And so people have different little projects that they work on to keep the wheels on the bus here. So we're happy to answer any questions you have and are also open to feedback.
Okay, questions and comments from city council members. By the way, we'll give the public an opportunity to weigh in on this after we get through all these presentations. Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to make a real quick correction. Eula Barnes was the other one that I missed, Tom. You remember her. She was the first African-American city clerk. I wanted to inquire about the Martin Luther King field, where there's a renovation for soccer. There's also a track field there, and I'm concerned that that track field is not being disturbed, that will also be a part of that Martin Luther King. So could someone indicate that the track field that the half step was used for so many years are going to be intact or improved?
So good evening, Councilmember Bates, LaShonda White again. And the field is almost done. We're really excited that we were able to renovate and upgrade the field. It's some maintenance that needs to happen on a periodic basis. And the track was still in good condition and will still be available. It has not been upgraded. We just had to maintain the actual field. So the track has not been upgraded, but it's still in good condition for continued use by organizations that want to use it.
Okay, it would have been valuable, I think, for the council and the public as you go through the various donations to the RDCY, the 20 youth groups, as to who that 20 youth group happened to be. No one knows except staff. So that would have been valuable. The second thing had to do with the Richmond Promise. A few of us worked very, very hard on that Richmond Promise and got money from Chevron. So it's my understanding the money from Chevron is weaning out. So you're indicating that you found $30 million additionally to continue the program, or what's the status?
So I'm going to answer the first question about the Richmond Department of Children and Youth grantees for fiscal year 21-22. So if I'm not mistaken, that information is on our website, or if it's not, it will be, because we do not want to be the only ones who know what great organizations the city of Richmond was able to fund. So we'll make sure that's there. And then with regards to Richmond Promise, I apologize if I misspoke, but the $35 million is part of the allocation of that $80 million ECIA agreement. So we don't have additional money. I was just letting the community know that of the $80 million ECIA agreement, $35 million of that was allocated or set aside for Richmond Promise. And annually, as we receive money from Chevron, we then send money to Richmond Promise to help make sure that they receive that total $35 million. But I do know that Richmond Promise is always actively fundraising and raising funds to continue to do the amazing work that they do on behalf of Richmond young people.
All right, thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask my questions and just give a statement. So just take my questions as I give my statement. Primary questions that I have is how much money do we have left with the American Rescue Act funding? Even after all the projects with money that's allocated to them, just curious what's the amount that we have left, because I know a few things that I'm personally interested in and I want to mention them right now so it just doesn't become one of those issues that get kicked down the road. I want to give our libraries some love, like wondering if there's any plans or if there's an ability to do any type of renovation or infrastructure upgrade on that, because it still is a utilized place, but it hasn't been given really as much love as a lot of other projects. I'm also, because this money can be used for one-time programs, I am also interested in seeing if we could do Richmond version of the basic income pilot program out here, especially with a lot of folks that have been disturbed during the pandemic, and just some of the areas where very low income, especially Black and Brown community members live. And I've seen some of those conditions just based on some of the outreach I've been doing. I would like to see some sort of basic income program just to see if we can help out residents who are in dire straits and just put more money in their pockets, like Stockton did and others have proposed, like through our measure export process in the county. And lastly, wanting to get staff's input on not only doing outreach, but what was mentioned in the presentation around ARPA, getting community input on how those money should be spent, putting emphasis on outreach, because in this virtual day and age, most of us, some of the same folks, we do always show up and we do have an opinion on it. And I always get concerned, even for issues that I care about, that there isn't a greater base of Richmond folks who are brand new or may not have had a chance to give their opinion being engaged around some of these issues. So I would like to see some intentional outreach / getting community input on how some of the remaining ARPA funds should be spent, granted, depending on how much we have and all my other qualifying questions within my statement. But thank you so much for the presentations. I do appreciate it. And as time goes on, I'll give more input to staff.
Thank you for your questions and your comments. I have noted all of them. So first, and if I missed any, please let me know. In terms of what is remaining for ARPA, so the city received $27.7 million. And as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget process, council allocated about $10.5 million. So we have $17.15 million remaining for allocation. And the council also approved a $250,000 contract with HRNA, and they're partnering with an organization called Contigo. And Patrick Stills and I are working really closely with them to develop an engagement plan. And that is a key component of the community needs assessment to make sure. So we will make sure we let them know. We want to, and we already have been talking about it, but how do we make sure we are hearing from as many community members, businesses, stakeholders, faith-based organizations as possible, and what that looks like. And so if people have connections, ideas, we're open to them. The consultant will be talking to each council member, and we'll also be having focus groups. We'll have community meetings. We'll have a survey. There'll be many opportunities and methods for individuals, organizations to be able to provide information to us to help us give a plan back to the city council about recommendations that are in alignment with ARPA regulations on what we can spend that money on. With regards to library renovations, I want to thank our interim library deputy director, Melinda Cervantes. She's here and helping us do a recruitment also for the permanent position, but she did submit a $10 million grant to help do renovations for the Richmond Library. We do need a match, which would be $5 million. So we could, and a good match would be ARPA funds. And that's a good example of using one-time dollars, ARPA dollars to leverage a grant. And then we could have $15 million to do much needed renovations to the Richmond Library. We were able to, with the help of the Library Foundation, we were able to get a consultant on board to help do an analysis and an assessment of what is needed at the library. So we have a number of things that we are looking at, and we really hope we can get that funding. So we are definitely looking at any opportunities to find funding and leverage ARPA dollars for one-time things. And then also you mentioned Richmond a basic income pilot program, Richmond Rapid Response, and the Ed Fund who supports Richmond Rapid Response. They are looking, that's actually something they're looking at, is what that could look like. And so we will keep you all posted as we move forward with that. So I believe those were your questions, and I just hope that answered them.
Yeah, let's get it with this library renovations. Let us know when we get that 10 million, please. I'm ready to move. Let's go.
Yes.
Okay, are you, is that done? Councilmember Willis, you done? Okay, Councilmember Johnson, go ahead, please.
Yes, fabulous presentation by the city manager's office and the staff. I don't want to get into naming folks because I might miss somebody, but you all do a fabulous job and always great interacting with you. Kind of want to pick up where Director White and Councilmember Willis left off with the universal basic income. I've been meeting with the West County Ed Fund in regards to the universal basic income, and we actually have a meeting coming up tomorrow. So I'll be more than happy to keep you updated as that program develops, because it was a part of the reparations, equity, and inclusion package that we all passed. And I see that the cannabis equity and the sewer lateral programs are up and running. I just wanted to get a little bit more of an update in regards to the other recommendations that were in both the GARE and the REI package. I wanted to see if the city manager had any updates that she could share with the council. And then I also had a few questions for RHA.
So thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for that question. We have had some preliminary conversations with the council liaison, Ms. Jackson. And so I will make sure what we preliminarily planned is that we will be continuing to work on GARE implementation, starting with all hands meetings. That will also be aligning with our budget rollout. So we're scheduling and planning all hands meetings with staff to occur in May, June, especially around GARE. So to allow Trina to have an opportunity to present on that in particular. And then around the reparations item, we've been working with HR to go through the process to effectuate all the changes that were part of mid-year. And so as part of mid-year, the program coordinator role was approved. And so my intention is to work collaboratively with Trina to implement that work, and also with HR, but with Trina being the lead on those two items in support and in collaboration with the city manager's office. And so when we talk about needing that additional FTE for management analysts, I think it's because we have so many things that we're working on, and we want to make sure that we're able to prioritize and implement the policy direction of the city council. And so that these two items, and working in tandem with Trina, as well as new things that come up around reporting requirements for different ordinances, is what I have in mind.
Beautiful. And I also want to commend you on bringing forth the new hire, the management analyst, to focus on the demand and the city council priorities. I think that's going to be an excellent addition to your tool belt. In regards to RHA, Richmond Housing Authority, I was, I had heard that we were, in good standing in regards to the grant from the state to rehabilitate Nevin Plaza. And I was just wondering if you can, expand a little bit on what that means exactly. Did we get it? Are we in phase one of multiple phases of getting it? just exactly where we are with that. I think that's a really great project that can happen. And I was just wondering if you had any more information to share about that.
Yes, so EAH is our development partner that submitted the application for the tax credit for the state, and they submitted it in March. And they had some preliminary questions, and we responded to those questions. And as of today, we were notified that our application was received and in good standing. And we have received the maximum amount of points that we could receive, and that puts us in good standing to receive the first round of tax credits.
That's exciting to hear.
Yes, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
And we hope to hear formally in the month of June. That's when they make the announcements. And I asked them, can we get an informal announcement?
Right.
And then the answer was, well, possibly we'll hear something informally in May, but the nationwide announcements or the statewide announcements come out in June. And that just puts us on target for our construction to begin at the end of the year. So very, very, very excited. There are many rounds. It's very competitive, but it's exciting that we are in good standing.
That is very exciting. And I want to commend you on, you and the partners' hard work on getting that application in good standing. So thank you for that. My second question was in a similar vein of, just a little bit more information. I know you mentioned Nishram Village is still in negotiation, so I know we can't talk too much about that here. But I was just wondering, if there is any more that you can share about that, because that is another major affordable housing project that we have slated to come on here in the city of Richmond as well.
Yes, I don't have much to share. This is the most difficult project in my experience because it's multifaceted. We can't do it all at one time. Our primary goal is to reposition the public housing program and get those units demolished and new construction for the 100 existing public housing units. So we are working with the developer to propose agreements in phases. And the first priority being the public housing replacement.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I know I said I had questions for RHA only, but I did want to ask Mr. Amolo for an update and the status report. I know he kind of touched on the cannabis equity program. And I know that there's been a lot of work with the EDC on this. And I'm just wondering, where we are with that. And in terms of timeline, how soon can we, expect implementation?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So we're currently in the process of developing an RFP to identify the service providers that would be included in the equity program. We're also working with the planning department currently to amend the ordinance as it's written to increase the number of licenses, as well as change a little bit about the fee structure, possibly, and a few other items. We're anticipating that to be sometime in June. We're working with our consultant, SCI Consulting Group, currently to get that accomplished. And the RFP, we're hoping to come out within a month and then have a solicitation period of about a month. So hopefully in July-ish area, we'd have some businesses or some organizations that would be able to provide those services.
All right, y'all talking to me nice. I'm looking forward to it.
Mayor, but if I may just follow up on the question that Councilmember Johnson asked about RHA, I also want to acknowledge specifically Rita in our finance department and working collaboratively with Delby for all the support that they provided to Nanette and getting the RHA financials in much better condition and dealing with all these outstanding audits. It has certainly been an uphill opportunity, and I really want to commend both Rita and Delmy for pushing us towards the finish line on all of those things that have been outstanding for many, many, many years, and we're getting close to wrapping a number of them up. And so just want to acknowledge the hard work of the finance team in supporting RHA.
Okay, Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I will be brief. I don't have that much questions. But thank you. I just wanted to follow up with what the city manager just mentioned about the audits of the Richmond Housing Authority. When do you think the audits are going to finish? And how many has been done and how many are left?
Delmi or Rita, do you want to take the first pass at answering?
Yes. Well, we did finish the fiscal year 2017. We received a draft of the fiscal year 2018, and we are in the final review. We provided some of the final corrections to the auditors. So we're waiting for the final draft. And then we are still working on open items for fiscal year 2019.
So when will be kind of like a timeline for finishing all of the audits that were not done before?
For sure, 2018 maybe can be done, by mid-May. For 2019, we still have to, there are a lot of open items on the operations side. So I don't know. I will have to follow up with the auditors and we will have to check the list, and maybe next time we can give you a better answer for 2019.
Yeah, and I am asking that because I think like this is important for the state audit and all of the audits we have. So that,
Yes.
Thank you. And then
Councilmember, may I, Councilmember Jimenez? So Delmi is the lead on for the city and is taking those questions and routing them to staff for the state audit. And so I really want to thank her for stepping up in this acting role. And so she's working really hard to meet the state's deadlines and all of these other audit deadlines. And so really appreciate her leadership and willingness to take this on in such a pinch and during a critical time.
Yeah, no, I want to just say thank you, Delmi, for stepping up into this role that you are now. So thank you. My other questions are, I had three more questions. One is really quickly, municipal ID, is that working? How is working? And what is the information that we can give to the community if they want to apply for a municipal ID?
LaShonda, you want me to take it?
I just want to thank Irene though, and I also want to thank Lupe. So we have had to pull together staff and provide them with opportunities. And I just appreciate both of them immensely for really caring about the program. And we were able to, after council approved a contract a few months ago, we were able to work with the consultant to relaunch it. And so I will turn it over to Irene, who's been the point.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Irene Lozano from the City Manager's Office. So the Municipal ID program, we relaunched it again at the end of March. So far, we have seen folks trickle in. We've had about 10 appointments from in about a month. We've limited our outreach right now during this pilot phase just to see how impactful the program is without a targeted outreach or without intentional outreach. And we want to be able to, once we do outreach, to be intentional and to know that we are ready to, we want to, during this time, iron out any kinks and any issues that we know while we are processing applications. And as LaShonda mentioned, Guadalupe Morales from Community Services has been partnering with me twice a week to take in appointments for applications and processing them for our residents.
Thank you. Well, it will be important to let more residents know about these so they can start applying for that. So I will like to see more of that outreach, because if no, then how people are going to apply if they don't know.
If I can, I just want to say that the website is richmondcityid.com. If people want to get more information and know how to sign up to schedule an appointment.
Okay. And my second question is, I saw in the budget that there is a director of, like the port of director, and we have it there, but we don't have a port of director, and I just wanted to see if that is a plan for that or not. And then following that question is in the port you mentioned a plan for the port and when that plan will be presented or ready?
So I
This
can
is,
take the first part. So I think it would be nice for us to have a port director. But I think that they could have a broader role around probably 40 to 60% at the port and 40 to 60% broader economic development, because I think it's really important that our port ties into our broader strategies around economic development, because it does provide significant revenue opportunities. But I also want to be thoughtful around understanding through this budget process what the council's priorities are, what we hear from the community in terms of needs, and making decisions based on information. And so I think it's been really great to have Lizette and Lilia at the port, and we welcome the opportunity to bring anybody on a tour once everyone is feeling better, and to walk around the port and to go through a PowerPoint, with all the port activities. And so I think before we finalize this budget process, I'll feel comfortable making a recommendation in terms of staffing, but in a global context, and looking at all staffing needs, and looking at the implementation of the class and comp study. In terms of the timeline, so we have a draft report. It's not finalized. We need to do some final financial analysis with the finance department. And so clearly they've got to, like in our terms of our priorities, the audits, the budget are, their first priorities. And so I would anticipate that we should be able to have that port report to the city council in May and do a comprehensive overview in terms of who are the tenants, what's the status with the leases, what sort of revenue do we have, and what sort of investments do we need to make in the port to continue to make it a viable economic development driver in our community. And so long answer there, but hopefully in May.
So thank you, Anna. And I really thank you that you had provided that information about the leases and who is in part and who, like all the rent roll. Thank you for doing that and giving that information. And my last question is, it was mentioned the MLK field, but I also heard from the community that a community center there was promised to get renovated and it hasn't been built. So I just wondering where is the status of that? And that was my last question. Thank you so much.
Can start, and I might also finish, I guess, on that question. But with regards to the MLK Center, you are correct in that we unfortunately had to demolish the center because of vandalism, and it just based on insurance, our insurance carrier, it needed to come down for various reasons. However, through our Nystrom United revitalization effort, where we have a number of collaborative partners from government to nonprofits sitting at the table together in community, we definitely have had many discussions over the years since since that center has been demolished about what we can do to try and raise enough funds to bring it back. So we have never forgotten as city staff that is a commitment that was made back when City Manager Bill Lindsay was here. Our issue, however, is finding sufficient funding to build a new community center. And so that space is still vacant and ready for a center to be built, and any opportunity we have where we can go after a grant or ask for funding to do it, we try and we have never forgotten. So we're just continuing to look for funding. If anyone has $20 million they want to give us, please let us know and we will put it to great use and build a new community center for the community.
Tom, you're muted.
Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank the city manager's office, the city manager herself, and all the wonderful people involved in the office and who were involved in the presentation. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. I didn't have a chance to thank the city clerk's office and the city attorney's office for their great presentations as well. I have just a couple of issues I want to address right now. There may be other things at some point, but for now, one thing, as we all remember, we had a presentation on the Public Bank East Bay, and we talked about how it'll come back again with a request for funding. We need that initial capitalization, which is one-time funding, and the other partners in the public bank will, of course, be making much bigger contributions than Richmond. They understand we are more of a have a smaller budget, and so they are recommending something like a one-time capitalization funding of 750,000, whereas other cities are like 12 million, 8 million, and multi-millions for all the other partners. So that would be something that I would ask the city manager to identify where that one-time funding could come from, ARPA or wherever, and to a reminder to all the council what the major projects, the initial projects of this bank will be are low interest small business loans, low interest pre-development loans for affordable housing developers, climate initiatives, and municipal funding like low interest bonds and such. So this will pay us back in multiple ways. So I wanted to bring that up. And the other thing I wanted to bring up was the is how we have done it in the past is a checklist. Is that still going to be part of the process? City manager?
Sorry, I was working to unmute myself. If that, we're happy to incorporate that formality. If it would be useful, we will certainly do that. Staff has been taking notes through the meetings, and they have their assignments and who's in charge of follow-up. But if it would be useful, we can certainly make sure that as we come forward with recommendations around the budget, that I can work with Delmi and Mubin and Patrick Seals to do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that would be good. One small, small checklist item, or just to put it out there right now. Some of you may remember we used to have a literacy fair every year, which, has really been a great benefit for our community. And, I don't remember how much funding was, put into helping such a endeavor over the course. I mean, it would be in the summer or the fall. But I would like, and I've already talked to our LEAP program. I imagine our children's librarians and our reference librarians might be willing to help with organizing it as well. But I would love to see that happen again in the city of Richmond. I know we'll have, our usual festivals, but that's something that I would like to see us reestablish.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
I wanted to inquire about the Nystrom, the status. I thought I heard that there were some plans to redevelop that entire site. And if that's the case, where are we?
So yes, there was an RFP approximately 2 years ago to solicit a developer for the 4 blocks at Nystrom Village. We received approval to execute exclusive rights to negotiate agreement with McCormick Barron Salazar and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. And that is what we are negotiating at this time. The response to the request for proposals was to actually develop the 4 blocks in phases with priority given to the current 100 public housing units. They have to be replaced one for one. And so that is what we're negotiating currently, and then subsequent phases for market rent and possibly home ownership. But each block will be negotiated in a phase.
Well, the reason I ask is that considering the critical need for housing all over, not just Richmond, the entire United States, have we given any consideration of doing multiple units whereby we can get a higher density and more units?
Yes, so the proposal did, instead of replacing one for one with 100 units, the subsequent blocks will have up to 400 units on the additional blocks.
All right, good. That's a good idea. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council members? Are there any members of the public want to speak on this, city clerk?
Yes. Right
Okay.
now, we have one speaker.
Okay.
Okay, we have Mark Wasberg. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, what kind of ID program are you talking about? You're talking about having illegal immigrants filling an application out so they can have a fraudulent ID that you tried back in, I think around about 7, 8, 9 years ago? Are you trying to get people to voter fraud, that they don't have to have a valid address here to vote in Richmond? Is that what kind of ID program are you talking about? Well, you know that's 100% illegal. You can't be doing that. Even the RPA says if a visitor comes in here, if a person comes in here for 2 days, they're automatically a resident. So they're going to fill out an application giving you a phony address, or you're going to make some other address up so they can stay at a friend's house and vote. Is this what kind of scam you people are doing? Because you're not very, clarifying with the people. You're saying all these fancy words that most of the people don't even know what you're talking about. So why don't you just tell them what kind of ID program are you going to have? Because we all know that the RPA is favoring illegal immigrants coming in here and having fraudulent ID cards, driving illegally. They stop the police checkpoints to satisfy the Latino community. So you need to tell the people what kind of, because this is serious stuff, because you guys are committing a felon. This is a felony, giving a person a fraudulent ID card and try to give illegal immigrants fraudulent ID cards, because you're going to have organized crime coming in here. They're going to give you a phony ID with no background check. You don't have the capability to do a background check like the state and the DMV does. So, anybody is going to have a lawsuit against you. This is why we're going to get you.
Time has expired and there's no more public speakers.
Okay, city manager, did you have a hand up?
Yes, I just want to, for numerous meetings, Mark has made these statements, and I just want to acknowledge for myself personally that it's very uncomfortable and that staff don't like it. And I want to acknowledge their feelings, and I want to acknowledge that it bothers us. And I think, Mark, that's your intention. I would be willing to trade you dinner for considering skipping this meeting. So I'm putting that out there as an option, that if you want to consider not attending, I will provide you dinner from my own personal funds on Tuesday evening.
Bravo.
So I also want you to know, Mark, that my father has personally requested that I ask you to stop doing this. And so he listens to the meetings, and he's very concerned about the tenor of the conversation. And I tell him there's nothing I can do. So this evening, I asked the mayor if I could please interject, and I'm offering you dinner if you stop coming to the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more public speakers? Okay, I'm
We
sorry.
do have one more that
Oh,
just
I'm
raised
sorry.
her
Okay,
hand.
go ahead.
Okay, I have Paula. Paula, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'll also buy him dinner if he doesn't call in, and we could probably take up a whole fund to buy dinners. So thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, that brings us to, let's see, item R is continued. Not Q, I'm sorry, Q2. I think we're down to, is that right?
Yes.
Yep, okay. Would you read item Q2, please?
Item Q2 is to receive an update on the refinancing of the 2005 pension obligation bonds and the peer review findings.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Anil Comello. I have a brief presentation to make on this item. As you may recall, the city currently has about $130 million in outstanding pension obligation bonds. And about 30 million of that, in addition, 30 million of that, 30 million is in termination fee. On October 5th, 2021, the City Council directed staff to identify a consultant to work as a peer review of the recommendations made by the city's then financial advisors. After an RFP process, Charles River Associates, CRA for short, was selected, and today Brad Wendt and Sam Lynch from CRA are here with us and will make a presentation of their findings. You should know that staff has already begun to implement most of the ideas. And one of the ideas was to form a bond team so that the city could potentially, or be prepared to potentially refinance the pension obligation bond. As a result of separate RFPs, we have today a bond team made up of 2 underwriters, a bond disclosure firm, and a bond counsel. In your actions today, you approved the 4 contracts. The underwriters, the co-underwriters are Loop Capital Markets, Hilltop Securities, and the bond counsel is Jones Hall, a professional law firm, as well as another law firm by the name of Best and Krieger, and they are the disclosure counsel. These firms will advise and guide our work. But before I have Brad come up and make his presentation, I want to also point out that the city staff has been working with the bond team, internal staff and consultants made up of several very helpful and well-qualified folks, including Mark Northcross, who is serving as our financial advisor, Henry Gardner, who is serving as a consultant to the team, Anita Luck from the city attorney's office, that is Dave's office, and acting finance director, Delmi Cuellar. Now I invite Brad to make his presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Henry Gardner, Anita Luck, Mark Northcroft, and myself are here to answer any questions you may have in addition to Brad and Sam. Go ahead, Brad.
Can you put up the presentation?
Yeah, KCRT, please help.
Great, thank you. As Neil mentioned, my name is Brad Wendt, and I work with Charles River Associates, and I had the good fortune, along with my colleagues at Charles River, to be retained by the city to do a peer review on your pension bond proposed financing that was presented to you at the end of last year. Next slide, please. Just to refamiliarize everyone with what we were tasked to do, it was a peer review, you were not seeking a recommendation, where we were asked to look at the reasonableness of the assumptions that were made. There was actually three discussion points that were presented to you in City Council. And finally, you asked us to think about additional value approaches that can be done concurrent with any financing and something that your senior professionals could pursue. Very important is we're not making a recommendation. We are planning on your path forward and also hopefully giving you tools to execute with excellence the financing that you're embarking on. Can you please, next slide, please. As Anil mentioned, you have outstanding approximately $128 million of bonds that were used to make your pension contribution to CalPERS, which stands for the California Public Employee Retirement System. And as you may or may not recall, those bonds were essentially floating rate bonds, which were swapped to a fixed rate using an interest rate swap. And the issue which was raised is that within next 13 months, there is a requirement in your swap contract that you have to terminate it. The amount of the termination fee has been fluctuating, but I'd say the over-under number is $30 million. So we are tasked at looking at the best way of handling that. Could you, next slide, please. As mentioned, you were presented three options, and CRA took a little editorial liberty here. The first option that was presented to the city was to do nothing. We converted that to assemble a working group and do market outreach. So that was something that CRA inserted, and we'll talk more about that later. The second option was a formal proposal by RBC and a banking team by which you would actually do a new swap. You would unwind the old swap, pay a termination fee, and in turn implement a new floating rate program. The third option that was presented to you was what I call plain vanilla fixed rate bond financing, and that was option number 3. So let me just briefly go through. Next slide, please. The three options. Option 1 is something that we strongly encourage the city to consider. As Anil mentioned, is you're on the pathway to implementing it, which is simply reach out to your swap provider, who's a Royal Bank of Canada, talk to them, have the city lead those conversations. Also look to the financial community to leverage their expertise to assist you in the refinancing, and finally formally put in place a banking team which can help you with the $125 million financing. Next slide, please. Option 2, which I mentioned earlier, was the presentation to do an additional swap and a new variable rate refinancing. Charles River saw 2 challenges in that. One is that the variable rate financing has what's called a credit trigger, where in the event if you were downgraded, you would actually have an increase in cost. So think of your home mortgage. If you lose your job and then you're less able to pay your bills because your credit rating went down, you would actually have a higher mortgage. We've found that to be a real challenge in terms of something that we see as appropriate for the city. And secondly, the swap also had a mandatory termination, and that was pretty much just getting you back in the same place. So we highlighted these 2 shortcomings to the city, and certainly the city fully acknowledged them. The next slide, please. Option 3. And this was something that we felt was very important from day one, which is we have to eliminate the derivative exposure the city has. Obviously, the financial experience has not been positive to this point in time, and very strongly recommend that you do everything in your powers to go to what I would call an all plain vanilla fixed rate bond transaction. You fought very hard to get your credit rating upgraded to AA-, and this will, by eliminating your derivative exposure and also the downgrade risk, which was a termination exposure, this will look very favorably from the rating services. Next thing we encourage the city to do, which I understand plans are to do it near term, is talk to the Royal Bank of Canada specifically and directly about the swap. Have your legal team, your finance team approach them directly. And finally, it's a few things about fine tuning and possibly some variable rate debt to lower the cost. But those are things that you'll be working with your finance team on directly. The next slide, please. As I mentioned, the huge benefit is preserving your credit rating. We can't take that for granted. It's been a long uphill battle to get back to where we are right now. And that's something you very much want to protect. And the best way to do that is to eliminate your derivative exposure. The fact that you're picked up on our consideration to have your banking team in place means that you're right now or near term able to access any market opportunities, which will allow you to eliminate all your derivative exposure and go back to the plain vanilla bond market. And most importantly, as you recall, last year you did pass a resolution which said that swaps would not be used in the future. So the one proposal was actually not compliant with that, but more importantly, in the spirit of that resolution, our recommendation has always been to get back to the bond market. So with that, I'll just turn it over to Neil, or I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Council, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any other presentation at this point. I'm happy to answer any questions. The important point I wanted to make, as I said earlier, was that we have formed a team. We have been pursuing the ideas that Brad had presented, and the bond team is well prepared to undertake any actions that we may need to in pursuit of refinancing the rather large obligation that we have. We'll be coming back to you in the next few weeks after we have the bond team provide us with the analysis, and we'll at that point probably ask you to take some actions. But we are not prepared at this stage to make any specific recommendations to refinance the actual bonds.
Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Anil. I just wanted to just say thank you to you because you have been leading this and supporting the city council after we made the decision to have this peer review. And thank you, Brad, for the presentation and the whole team that is here. I just wanted to say one comment, and then I have some questions for Brad, and just kind of like for the public to know. The city of Richmond has been paying to the banks because termination fees, because we are in these swaps, over $40 million. This without adding the money that we had lost on the deals with higher interest rate. Like for instance, you saw that the interest rate that we are paying over in this swap is 7% interest rate. And so we have in 2006, the wastewater revenue fund. It was an original debt of $32+ million, and the city paid termination fees over $4 million. In 2019, again, a bond series, 2008, the original issue was $33+ million, and we pay in termination fees over $8 million. In February 1st, 2016, related to the city's 2009 lease revenue funding bonds to terminate interest rate swaps and swaption, we pay over $28 million. And we were talking that potentially we are in this to pay another $30 million and $30 or $35 million in termination fees. And when you listen to why we don't have the money to build the things that we need in our communities, but we have been paying, because bad deals, millions and millions of dollars to the banks. Like our general fund budget last year was $190 million. And City of Richmond had been paying over a series of years over $40 million. And now we are in this to pay another termination fee. So this is why we work really hard to pass these budget guiding policies to say no more swaps. And this is why we on October 5th, instead of approving a new swap, we say, wait a minute, let's think and do it. So thank you, staff, thank you, Anil, and thank you everybody who is doing this and taking and looking seriously about how we can do better with our finances, because we cannot continue to pay to the banks all this money. And remember, it's not only the termination fee, it's all the costs associated with that. So my question to this presentation is that in October 5th, they were presenting us like doing nothing, doing a swap, but or going to do some going to the market to the bonds and pay the termination fees. So I had, I think, 3 questions for you. One is, you mentioned that it's a new swap, but for us, when on October 5th, what I remember is that it was a conversation that it says, no, this is no, it was confusing to me because what I understood was that it wasn't a new swap and that we could do it despite of our new policy of no swaps. So but you mentioned that it's a new swap. Can you explain to us why you say that it's a new swap, and if it's a new swap, what could have happened if we had approved doing that on October 5th, having our new policy of no swaps?
Claudia, the exact language is that you passed in your resolution is the city will no longer be permitted to use interest rate swaps when issuing debt. So I watched the videotape, and I agree with you. You know, the notion of a new swap or old swap did come up, but that's not what the council requests to be done in the future. So in theory, if that swap had gone forward, it would have been an illegal swap because you're not authorized to do swaps unless you change that resolution.
And if we had approved that swap, what it could happen?
I personally don't think it would have gone forward because people, I can't speak for the participants, but people would have realized that you do have a very firm policy that prohibits swaps, and you simply do not have the power right now to enter into a swap. So the transaction would just never have happened. People would realize from a legal point of view, there's no authority.
So you mentioned also, thank you. So you mentioned also that, and I want to understand, like, for people to understand that they are, the deals that were presented to us has 2 triggers. One, the triggers to the bonds, and then the triggers to the swap. Can you explain that? Like, what are the triggers that are in the bond, and what are the, like you mentioned, the triggers
right,
for the termination fee is in the swap.
Right. To answer that question specifically, the challenge we have right now is the fact that when you did the original transaction, you had a weaker credit. So they said we can only lend you money for so long. And even though you're a superb credit right now, that date is coming up right now. And that's the issue we're dealing with. The proposal that was presented to you last year, it had what they call credit triggers. If your credit rating changes, something happens. In this case, something to the city bad happens, which if you were to have a rating downgrade, you're AA minus. If you're downgraded BB, your costs would go up 1% per year is the easy way to think of it, because it's what they call a trigger. It's just automatic. That was one thing. And also they were proposing a new swap. And if there was a way that swap actually was implemented, that had the same problem the existing swap had, was if you're downgraded to for example, the triple B level, you would have to pay a termination event if in fact there was a termination payment due. So there were credit triggers, which unlike the bond transaction, which we strongly told the city could consider, and obviously the city is pursuing it. Once you sell the bonds, the bondholder has all the issues, and you have the cash on your side, the proceeds on your side. So that's why they call them plain vanilla bonds. You just don't have to think about it anymore. There'd be no issues going forward.
Okay, so we will be like, if we would had to approve that new swap, we were just kicking the can to just continue to have the same problem that I had been saying. That is, if anything happened, we will, or anything happened and the banks decided that it triggered the termination fee, we will have to deal with another termination fee. Like now we are dealing with this $36 million that we are trying to see what we are going to do.
You just want to point out that when we looked at it, that was our major concern. Was we thought from a policy point of view, you should get out of derivatives. And our opinion on that transaction was, to use a little bit of slang, was just kicking the can down the road once again, because as you mentioned, you could create the identical problem we have today.
Thank you. And my last question is, you mentioned in option 2, or that there are some negotiation that could happen, that the city leads to with the swap holders. What do you see the best outcome for these negotiations?
I think it's the negotiations, which is probably a private discussion with the city and Royal Bank of Canada, and expressing your concerns about the transaction, but also having them fully aware that you have a team in place and you want to address the situation. So I think the whole point there is the city with the senior professionals are leading the charge to have that discussion. And that should be the focal point from the city to them. Have your new team discuss what they think should happen in the transaction, and then bring RBC totally on board as a team member so you can work collegially with them and get the best solution.
Thank you. I just wanted to just finish with this. For me, I feel like it's criminal that we have been paying all these millions of dollars that otherwise could have been to build the new community center or many other things that we have. But instead, we had been paying to the banks, which obviously banks don't need that much money than our communities. So I am really grateful that the city council, we put a pause in the decision that we had to make on October 5th. And we are looking at this in a way to improve the finance stability and the healthy finances of, and to be a healthier finance in the city, because we cannot continue to have this culture of going into these difficult swaps and continue to pay. And my last question to that is, you mentioned, can I ask my last question? And I said,
oh, your 5 minutes is up. I'm going to move to somebody else. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
We have consistently utilized the swap and other mechanism, but the bottom line is that we have not been paying on an annual basis into the PERS or some of our other pension funds. Am I correct in that assessment?
Councilmember Bass, I just want to make sure I understand your question. So that we are paying to CalPERS for our current bill. What we haven't been doing is paying extra towards our liability, long-term liability. We have about $350 million in pension liability from the CalPERS as an institution. This $130 million is separate from that. And even this fund, this particular liability, we have not been paying. I think that's what your point is. We had not been paying from the inception the full principal or even interest for a while. The original cost, by the way, or principal amount was $117 million, which today, of course, has grown to 130, even though we've been making some payments over the last few years. So that's why it's important that once we get this refinance, that we not only pay principal and interest payments regularly, but also frankly pay extra toward it to be on a better financial footing.
Okay, well, it's simple as like a mortgage. If you don't pay the principal, then it adds up. My question is that this new approach that you want to utilize through R&B, I guess the group that have been working with us for years, does that give us some assurance that within a period of time that we're going to catch up with our back payments and then we're going to be current?
Well, one way or the other, we're going to refinance the outstanding loan amount. And the question is, what strategy should we use? And that's why we are bringing together a team that will advise us. And I want to bring together at this point, Mark Northcroft, if you want to add to that. We have, as I mentioned earlier, we've got a bond counsel, disclosure counsel, and 2 underwriting firms that will assist us. Mark?
Well, I don't want to be negative, but considering the last year or so, when the interest rates were significantly low, and now it's almost unheard of for any kind of refinancing, because I noticed that we were paying 7%, if I'm not mistaken. And now if we refinance, I don't know what the interest rate, but at one point, like a year ago, if we had taken this approach, we would have gotten a much more attractive interest rate. Obviously, the lower the rate, the more money you save. So we let the chicken get out of the coop. And now we're going to be paying almost as much, it looks like. I'm not sure, maybe you can correct me. It looks like we're going to be paying in interest almost as much as what we're paying now, like that 7%. Am I misinterpreting something?
Well, let me put it this way. It was wise that the council asked us to pause and have us take a good look at what we were getting into. So I'll just say that for one thing. Secondly, you're right. Had we known then what we know now, interest rates were lower then. But the fact is that we have unwound and learned so much about this very, very, very complex transaction. We've had a whole team, frankly, even the last month or so, almost every week we were learning new things about it. And so I really want to bring Mark Norcross to the fore and let him provide some additional information.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Great. Okay, council member, very good questions. Interest rates, were we to sell pension obligation bonds to refinance $130 million today, would be lower than 7%, a lot lower, well, probably lower than 5%. So there is that spread there. We're still okay. As has been discussed, the termination payment on the old bonds, on the swap on the old bonds is really complex. We'll be getting back to you and then time to explain how that thing really works. We learned a lot about that. But getting back to your question on the what we call the unfunded liability for all your employees who retire through CalPERS. CalPERS essentially mandates a mortgage payment, if you will, good analogy, on that unfunded liability through your payroll contribution rate. So you are amortizing that unfunded liability just because CalPERS really mandates that you amortize it. And your amortization on that is really structured over about 15, 20 years, as are almost all other CalPERS members. So you got a lot of company there, but it is being paid off. But it does, the amount you owe varies with how CalPERS does in the stock market, if you will. So that is, some years they do good, some years not so good. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that's very nice. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Other questions or comments from council members? Madam Clerk, do we have public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, we'll move on to the next item, item S.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
this is Henry Gardner. Before you do,
Okay.
I have made a point of being about this issue, and I don't know if I made the comment to you earlier. I don't think I did, because I didn't know who was going to be selected as part of this team. I participated in the review and recommendations regarding bond counsel. I did not participate at all in reviewing, recommendation, or commenting on the selection of the underwriting team, and there's a reason for that. I did not know that Loop Capital was proposing anything until it was mentioned that Loop Capital and others had responded to the RFQ. At that point, I said to the team, I am a former managing director of Loop Capital. I left the firm, resigned, and thought I was done with that and all public service in 2013. I've had no relationship with Loop Capital since 2013. I just want to state for the record of my past association with Loop Capital, and everybody on this call to manage the financing team and those who are not on it know that I made that disclosure, and I had nothing to do with Loop Capital being selected. I made no comment, good or bad, about the company.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Henry. Okay, now let's move on to item S1. Would you read that, please, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item S1 is to receive a presentation on ideas to maximize communication, raise employee morale, and to acknowledge the dedication of staff and provide direction to staff.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm actually, because it is 10:50, just being honest here, I'm actually willing to continue that item to another day, because even before I'm done with the presentation, it's going to be time. I am curious about item S2 because I'm sponsoring that item, but I don't know if the participants are there, and I'd rather make room for them if they've been waiting this entire time. So I'm willing to continue this item to a different meeting, but I want to check in for the participants of item S2.
I can say that David has left a few hours ago. He thought he was going to be on at 6:30, and I'm not sure if Adriana is still here. Sue, can you let us know whether she's still here? Probably not, because she's in high school.
Okay.
Looks like she's gone. So perhaps next month they could return and be at the beginning of the meeting if possible.
Yeah, we can check in about that offline. I apologize for the late hour, and I hope you extend that to definitely the student for sure, and David. So yeah, I'll continue my items for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to item S3. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
For clarification, Councilmember Willis, those items will go on the next study session?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So item S3 is the proclamation recognizing the Safe Return Project for 10 years of service to empowering the formerly incarcerated.
Councilmember Jimenez, that's your item. You want to introduce it?
Yeah, I had two items here. So one is to for Safe Return Project. They are had been in the community for 10 years. We have a celebration last Saturday, and we want to do a proclamation of all the great work that they are doing. I don't want to take more time because I invited Ade and Aaron to do a few minutes, 3 to 4 minutes presentation of what the Safe Return has done. And they have been patiently waiting for that. Thank you. Go ahead, Ade.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jimenez. Thank you, City Council, for allowing us to do a presentation. But it's actually Carlos Fernandez and Aaron Williams with me, and our presentation is a little longer than 3 minutes, but we'll try to go through it. And I pass it along to Carlos.
You know, excuse me, you know, before you get started, actually, it's about 7 minutes to 11. And if we're going to go past 11, we need a motion. So
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting until the end of this item.
Can I make a substitute motion because Reverend Kamal Hassan also.
Wait, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second to Councilmember Willis's motion. I don't see a second. So is there another motion?
Yeah, can I make a motion to end this meeting when the S4 item has been serviced, because Reverend Kamal Hassan has been here as well, and it's a proclamation, so it won't take that much.
Is there a second?
Excuse me, may I interrupt, please?
Yes.
We're presenters, we're waiting, we're S5, we're all still here waiting.
Which item are you presenting on?
S5, we're the Animal Rights Coalition on the Animal Services City Agreement.
Well, the motion on the floor was to end the meeting after S4. So we had a motion on that.
I can change it to S5, so because the presenters are here as well.
Well, that's probably going to take it past 11:30. So we may have to have another motion on that. So the motion on the motion is to extend it to include S5. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, second by
Clarity is.
Johnson.
So
Okay, call the roll.
let me ask for clarity in the motion. So the motion is S3, S4, and S5. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
And if S5 goes past 11:30, we'll have to have another motion. Okay, so let's vote on that. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Sorry, still got stuff to do tonight, so my answer is going to have to be no.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
Motion passes with Councilmember Willis and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, so let's proceed with item S3.
I'll be starting the presentation. Could I get the slides?
KCRT, can you put the slide up? Thank you.
So we're the Safe Return Project here in Richmond. My name is Carlos Fernandez, youth justice organizer, and also now a mentor with the Safe Return Project. Next slide. Safe Return Project is focused on ending mass targeted incarceration and criminalization of Black people and people of color and poor communities, and refranchising individuals in communities that have been disenfranchised by a criminal legal system. Safe Return accomplishes these goals through community organizing, research, and advocacy. We invest in the leadership development of those directly impacted by the criminal legal system to create equitable change in their communities. That's just who we are. Back in 2011, there was a lot. There was people we thought it was best that people closest to the problem of incarceration should be at the table when they're making decisions of reentry. And next slide. And through these three organizations, Pacific Institute, Cisco, and the Office of Neighborhood Safety, these organizations came together to make the Safe Return Project. Thank you. Next slide. What do we want from our communities? This what we learned. This what we want. Safe communities, economic dignity, housing and equity, family reunification, reintegration, resources, post and pre-release, fair education for formerly incarcerated persons to have a seat at the table of power, changing the narrative, and in racial justice and criminal legal system. Thank you. Next slide. So together we knew that we got what we work on from the community. So capacity building for research and advocacy, community organizing to support grassroots leadership, research and community needs and policies, advocacy for improved policies and programs. Thank you. Next slide. So through doing research, from engaging the community, hearing out our community, we learned that in our county, and doing research, we learned in our county that we had a problem. 25% of the people in California have a criminal history. Population of formerly incarcerated residents is well over 50%. Prison admissions in Contra Costa County grew 486% between 1970 and 2000. Recidivism is approximately 70%. Next slide, please. Then there was the realignment where state prisons was getting so overpopulated that they had to make a change and bring people back to the county jail, people with non-serious, non-sexual, and non-violent offenses, which was going to overpopulate the jails. Next slide, please. Through this, through the research, through hearing community and seeing what was going on in our county, we launched a campaign of investing people in our prisons. Over the past 10 years, the county of Contra Costa received an estimated $229 million and more in AB 109 realignment funding. Our Justice Reinvestment campaign led to the establishment of the Community Advisory Board, to the Community Correction Partnership, the first community-led body in the state of California to advise on how to allocate these monies back to the community. Through this body and continued organizing efforts, an estimated $45 million has gone to reentry services that didn't exist more than 10 years ago. And I'll pass it to Ade.
Thank you, Carlos. Next slide, please. The one right before it. So through our civic engagement efforts, we advocated for Prop 57 under public safety, which allows parolees consideration for nonviolent felons, charges policies on juvenile prosecution, and authorizes sentence credits for rehabilitation, good behavior, and education. We'll keep it on that slide. And we're Safe Return also is a co-founding organization of Contra Costa Racial Justice Coalition, collectively organized with allies for the establishment of the Contra Costa Racial Justice Task Force, now the Racial Justice Oversight Body. Next slide, please. And the following slide. Thank you. Setting people free. Reclassifying the records of thousands of individuals disenfranchised by incarceration and helping many more folks successfully through the Clean Slate program process, partnering with Contra Costa Public Defender's Office. Next slide, please. Safe Return also believes in community healing to reduce gun violence. So Safe Return supported efforts that reduced homicides to its lowest in 33 years in the city of Richmond. Next slide, please. Safe Return goes to Washington, D.C. So to advocate for legislations around employment, housing, clemency, and gun violence. Next slide, please. Yes. Safe Return Project also educated thousands of Contra Costa residents in the role of the DA's office. We are the leading organization of Contra Costa District Attorney Accountability Table and Co-Governance Table for Prosecutorial Justice. Next, please. So Safe Return is also a member of the Contra Costa Racial Justice Coalition, the Racial Justice Task Force, which ended the juvenile files and fees in Contra Costa County. The policy change that we fight for at Safe Return are the followers. We want to eliminate policies and practices that discriminate against people with a record and increase advocacy support for people with a record who face discrimination. We want to remove barriers to employment for formerly incarcerated people and improve employer practices in recruiting and hiring from this community. We also want to create county-wide networks of services for people coming home from incarceration. That includes accurate, up-to-date information on existing services and eligibility. Next slide, please. Our policy change that we want. Increase funding for reentry housing. We believe that the largest impact on reentry housing could be made by increasing the amount of reentry housing resources available to the community. We also develop specific and sustainable reentry housing programs. With or without increased funding, Contra Costa County would benefit from housing programs that are specific to the reentry population. And for the ban the box on housing applications, many landlords may filter out individual criminal backgrounds without giving them a fair chance. Given the climate of housing competition in the Bay Area, we advocate for these policies. And now I'll pass it to my colleague, Erin Williams.
How y'all doing? Now we're gonna get off into our programs. We have our leadership development and political education programs. Where we train our community, and upon graduation, they receive certificates of completion from local, county, and state officials. Next slide, please. Safe Return also has a 12-month fellowship program where individuals are trained to become grassroots organizers. Richard Boyd Empowerment Pathways Fellowship, which was started in 2018. The fellowship where your only obstacle would be your inability to imagine a world where your leadership matters. And this was started in the memory of Mr. Richard Boyd. And I was a graduate of the 2021 class. Next slide, please. How do we do it? Next slide, please. So how do we do it? This is how we do it. We do it by participatory action research, which is also known as PAR. We conduct surveys, focus groups, we research case studies, we develop campaigns. We also write reports with recommendations. Next slide, please. Where are we headed? The overarching goal of this organization is to empower and increase the visibility of all those that have been impacted by the criminalization, racial disparity, poverty, and the injustice system. Building a base of power to address the root cause of poverty and the impact that the criminal justice system has had on Black people and communities of color. We remain committed to fighting for the rights and opportunity for all persons coming home from incarceration and negatively impacted by mass targeted criminalization to be protected from discrimination, mass disenfranchisement, and economic inequity. Next slide, please. The founders of the work we hold dear today, and who I had the opportunity to be with this weekend at the 10-year celebration is our executive director Tamisha Walker, Eli Moore, and the gentleman holding the T-shirt is none other than Richard Boyd himself. And his legacy still lives on today. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And we will send the proclamation to you for the great work that you are doing in our community. Thank you.
Are there questions or comments from council members? Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll keep it brief. I just want to congratulate the Safe Return Project on 10 successful years. My apologies for not being able to make it out to the anniversary this weekend. I had a terrible headache, but most definitely was jealous of all of the pictures that I saw. It looked like you guys had a really great time, and rightfully so. You guys do great work throughout, not just in Richmond, but have been the seed and groundwork for other parts of the county as well. So thank you so much for all that you do throughout the community and county.
Thank you, Councilperson Johnson. We appreciate it.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to also echo the words of Councilmember Johnson and say how appreciative I am of all the work. I mean, I remember when Safe Return Project got started over a decade. Well, I guess it's a decade ago, exactly. And the wonderful work that you have done goes on and is impacting so many people. So please know how much I appreciate you all and keep doing the great work.
Any other, Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll briefly say what I said at the 10-year anniversary. Thank you for the presentation and all the work that's happening. Just even in my experience alone, growing up in this community, when I told them, and I'm gonna say here publicly, I had way too many opportunities to make money that would have put me in the criminal justice system than I did actually get in a 9-to-5 job or any type of job that'll allow me to live and sustain myself. So having an organization like Safe Return is important to change the perspective and look at folks in the reentry community, you know, as people and not as folks that get ostracized to the rest of society, because no one knows folks the circumstances of what happens to them, but what does matter is what they do today, not what they did necessarily yesterday. So thank you for the presentation, and thank you for Safe Return for existing in the community of Richmond.
Any other council members? Do we have public speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, we do not.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for that presentation. And with that, we'll move on to item 4.
Yes. Item S4 is to receive, S4 is a proclamation recognizing Sojourner Truth Presbyterian Church for 50 years of service to the community.
So this is my item. Can I?
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah, okay. I noticed that one too.
So it's such an honor to present this proclamation to celebrate Sojourner Truth Church for the 50-year service. And I want to say it has been also an honor to work with Reverend Kamal Hassan, because he has been a champion of in our community and supporting the work that Safe Return has been doing and other work in our community. So I express a deep gratitude to Reverend Kamal Hassan for all this work and the entire Sojourner Truth family for continuing to advocate for the oppressed and spreading kindness for all. And with that, I will give a word to Reverend Kamal Hassan that has waiting patiently throughout all the meeting. So welcome, Reverend Hassan.
Thank you very much. And I want to express gratitude to the mayor, the city council members, and particularly council member Claudia Jimenez, who has been instrumental in presenting the proclamation and allowing us to have some words tonight. I am Reverend Kamal Hassan, and I have been serving as pastor at Sojourner Truth Presbyterian Church since 2008. Sojourner Truth was founded 50 years ago in 1972 in the Fairmead Hilltop District of Richmond, California. At the time, it was established as the first and remains the only intentionally majority African-American Presbyterian congregation of the Presbytery of San Francisco, and one of the few churches in the United States and perhaps the world that is named after a Black woman. We are a Matthew 25 people who attempt to live a Matthew 25 theology and mission to the community, and also to grow and build other Matthew 25 people. Just to give you a short passage of scripture that helps you to understand what I mean by Matthew 25. In Matthew 25, in the 30s, in the scripture, it says, "I was hungry and you fed me. I was thirsty and you gave me a drink. I was homeless and you gave me a room. I was shivering and you gave me clothes. I was sick and you stopped to visit. I was in prison and you came to me." Then those sheep are going to say, "Master, what are you talking about? When did we ever see you hungry and feed you, thirsty and give you a drink? And when did we ever see you sick or in prison and come to visit you?" Then the king will say, "I'm telling you the solemn truth. Whenever you did one of these things to someone overlooked or ignored, that was me. You did it to me." Here, Jesus identifies himself with the marginalized, the otherized, and the vulnerable, and says those things that we have done for those at the bottom of the economic, social, political ladder, we have done unto Christ. And that is the Matthew 25 passage that guides our work. The statement we have gleaned from this that was also begun when the church was begun was something that we call the preamble, which I want to share with you, and I'll have just a couple of other words after I do this. And this is like a mission statement, a guiding set of principles for the church. We, the members of Sojourner Truth Presbyterian Church, believing Jesus Christ to be the Savior and Liberator of humankind, do join together in forming a Christian body dedicated to enhancing the spirituality of the dispirited, restoring dignity to the disinherited, and bringing justice to the oppressed, with our first responsibility toward God in worship and study, and then toward the people in discovering and presenting the meaning of the gospel for our times. And in order to be the church, offer to invest our humanity in the causes of Christ through the institution of justice and peace, the elimination of racism, oppression, and poverty, the unification of families, and all other societal changes necessary for the affirmation of personhood as children of God. So for 50 years, we have been keeping the spiritual high watch in the city of Richmond. We have held and continue to hold the moral and ethical center. Not that we are the only ones that are doing this, but this is part of our work that we have been doing for 50 years in the city. And we will continue to do so on behalf of those who are vulnerable, who feel that there are powerful forces arrayed against their humanity. And we will join hands with all others who are willing to put the people who are usually at the end of the line first. And we thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Hassan, for the words and for your work. And I will see you on April 30th, giving you the proclamation in your hands. So thank you.
We look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Hassan. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead.
Just a quick thank you for all you do, Reverend Hassan. I remember when I first met you, when you started coming to council meetings, I think you were talking about the rights of the LGBTQ community when there was some outrageous hostility being expressed, and you were there showing support. And of course, you were recently, I think at the MLK Day, and gave a beautiful speech, and just all of the wonderful work that you do. We so appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate your work as well, council member.
Other questions or comments from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
No, we do not.
Okay, the next item is item S5. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item S5 is to receive a report from the Animal Rights Coalition on the animal and sheltering services by the Contra Costa County Animal Services Department.
Now we only have 10 minutes left in this meeting, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
With all due respect, this too is a very important matter to a lot of people. But the hour suggests that we will not have adequate time for them to make a presentation to their satisfaction and probably to the community's satisfaction. So therefore, I'm going to request this item be moved to the next meeting, and they be given an opportunity first to make the presentation. There's a lot of individuals out there have some strong feelings about what is going on with our animal control department at the county. And I don't want to see them pushed and pressured into a quick statement and so forth. They need to have an adequate amount of time to make their presentation. And therefore, I'm recommending that this item be continued to the next meeting and placed at the top of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do that. And also, I think it'd be a good idea to invite Supervisor Joya and also other people from the county in charge of animal control. I've participated in a number of email correspondences about this, and I know that Supervisor Joya has responded to a number of them, and I think he needs to be a part of the discussion.
I agree.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, I'm the sponsor for item S7, and I'm also asking, maybe right after Councilmember Bates' item that we hear the update on the transportation department. It is timely. Just launched the EV shuttle, and we'll be launching the EV car share program shortly. And the transportation department wants to make sure that the information and other timely, facts get out there as well.
Okay, well, I think we're done with this meeting.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would suggest that you have the clerk to secure a clock. I mean, one of the reasons why we're so long and not taking care of business is that people are not succinct and to the point of getting their point across, and they go on and on and on. So I think we're going to have to use some method to make council members and also staff. Staff talk a long time too. Make your presentation brief, concise, and to the point. And that's what I suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we start enforcing some of those self-discipline on ourselves.
I agree. Okay, if nobody has anything else, I am going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Richmond.
Good night, everybody.